Alrighty. Perfect. Now to share the link. Not much. I got the scoop on who's next on Death Battle, even though I already knew who was next. And needless to say, it's stupid. Another pointless rematch that nobody actually cares about. And to anyone who might show up here, like Death Battle fans that pretend to be shocked whenever there's a new episode, I would like to remind you that Death Battle spoiled the next 6 episodes in that dumb Hulk versus Broly episode. So don't even try to get mad at me, because Death Battle already spoiled all this. Everyone kept telling me, Dio versus Alucard is next, Madara versus Aizen is next. I knew it wasn't true, because I remembered what was described to me in the Hulk versus Broly episode. I was constantly told that Link versus Cloud is confirmed, although I don't know why they're doing this again. And I'm going to shut this crap down before it even begins, because I'm sick and tired of this. Over the years, all I've ever heard about is how Link versus Cloud is terrible. They screwed over Cloud. No, they didn't. Okay? Link vs. Cloud was never a good matchup, and for all you Final Fantasy fans, and before you get mad at me, I'm a Final Fantasy fan, Cloud would never, ever, ever beat Link. That will never happen. No matter what you do. Lowball Link all you want, highball Cloud all you want, the result will be the same. Link will always whoop this bitch boy's ass every single time. So stop whining that Cloud should have won. He shouldn't have. Cloud would never realistically defeat Link, even if you lowball him. And to all you people that... constantly underestimate Link, I'm about to shut this down once and for all. Because so many people genuinely seem to think that Link is just weak. He's not. Link is one of the most powerful, if not the most powerful Nintendo character of all time. The only character I could think of that's maybe as strong as Link is Samus or Kirby, but Kirby's a given. And I don't know where to begin with this matchup, because it sucks on so many levels. I remember I said I liked the actual episode, but now I'm starting to have second thoughts about it, because I may have been a little bit soft on it when it first came out, but now I'm starting to think, you know what, maybe it really is garbage, and maybe I'm only somewhat sentimental about it because it was my first episode of Death Battle. But yeah, I'm going to break this down quite clear, and I'm going to explain to you all exactly why Cloud would never beat Link. And if Cloud does all of a sudden win in this remake, it's going to be like Mario vs. Sonic, where it was total bullcrap, and nobody actually believed it, okay? And I know this is going to make me sound like a dick, but I don't care. You have to be a moron to think that Cloud could ever beat Link. I'm sorry. You have to be genuinely ignorant to believe this. Which adds up, because everybody seems to be ignorant on just how strong Link is. Even Death Battle didn't do justice just how overpowered Link was. Did you people not ever think that there was a reason Death Battle had to lowball Link the way that they did, that thought never occur to you people? Depends on what the question is. I thought about making a video about this, but the first time I made a video explaining why Link versus Cloud is stupid, nobody listened to me. And I wish I could tweet this out at Death Battle, but I can't get into my Twitter. Frickin' lovely. Unless... I wonder something. Give me a moment. I'll cover that in a Blood Royale related thing. I don't know what happened to my Twitter. I was randomly locked out of it for no reason. I wasn't suspended, I just got locked out of it and I can't get back in. Death Battle at this point is becoming worse than AR and Fan War. Well, maybe. Fan War does also have a habit of doing pointless rematches for no reason. Like when he did Hulk versus Doomsday like 9 million times. I already have a review of Ganon versus Dracula. I had to explain this to another one of my fans. I already have a video up on that. I mean, I don't know what you're doing. There's a review already up. I mean, why do I make videos if you're not going to watch them? But yeah, and I gotta think of where to even begin with Link versus Cloud. I mean, I guess you could maybe look at this as a preemptive review of Link versus Cloud, but not really, because I already reviewed Link versus Cloud. My opinions have not changed all that much, although I'm starting to think maybe I was personally too soft on it. But yeah, so first things first, the thing I mentioned in my review. Link versus Cloud is stupid because the only reason why people want to see Link and Cloud fight is literally just because they are, quote-unquote, iconic swordsmen. Even though Link isn't a swordsman. Yeah, he uses a sword, but Link is like Batman. He is trained in all kinds of different weapons, tools, and fighting styles. Link is far more than just a swordsman. Cloud is just a super soldier with a sword. That's all he is. Seriously, there is nothing that Cloud could do to Link that Link hasn't already seen before. And that's just boring. Like, oh, have them fight because they both use swords. Oh yeah, because that went so well when you did Guts versus Nightmare. Oh wait, no, that was a total disaster. So let's do it again. And to anybody like Ghost or Kevin or anybody like that, don't come to me with an essay-long response explaining, well, actually, these two characters have a lot of connections. Let me leave an essay-long response of pointless, shallow, surface-level similarities that do nothing but prove that it's just a one-dimensional mirror matchup. I really don't like it when people do that. I had to deal with somebody come to the comment section of my Steven Universe video and say, actually, Steven versus Star has a lot of connections. I don't care. Okay, stop wasting my time. Because all you do is you leave a long-winded explanation that explains something that I already know. It's a mirror matchup. Great, wonderful. Stop wasting my frickin' time. And no, Link versus Cloud have approximately jack shit in common. Okay? And don't give me this that, well, they're both androgynous femboys, because that's stupid. Okay? By that logic, how about you have Cloud fight a Stolfo while you're at it? You frickin' geniuses. Clearly, you are the fucking rejected sperm of motherfucking Stephen Hawking, aren't you? Don't even bother trying to justify this matchup with whatever bullcrap connections you have. You can't. So stop trying. It's just going to be a waste of time for all of us. There is no connections. The compatibility is fucked because Link is going to completely beat the shit out of Cloud. There is no story to be told here. And what kind of chemistry are you going to have between these two? Link is a mute. What are you going to do? Huh? You can't do diddly fucking squat with this. And it's infuriating to no end that people don't understand just how powerful Link is. Seriously. I can't believe this. Like, oh, well, we don't see Link blow up any planets, so therefore he's not that powerful. Oh yeah, remember that time Link killed Majora's Mask as a literal child, and he was strong enough to drop a moon, and Link completely killed him? Yeah, not planet level, my ass. Nobody's debating whether or not Final Fantasy VII is good or bad. We're debating whether or not Link versus Cloud is a logical matchup, and it's not. Also, this is another thing that's starting to piss me off. This is another Final Fantasy matchup, and it's just another Final Fantasy VII character. Stop milking Final Fantasy VII. Can we get something different? I would have rather we gotten Cloud versus... God damn it. I would have rather we have gotten Cecil versus Link. That would have been freaking better. I'm not going to say it would have been the greatest matchup in the world, but even Cecil would have been better. But no, we just got to do... I swear to God, Death Battle will exhaust every single Final Fantasy VII character before we get to another Final Fantasy character. Even in the live chat that I mentioned that I was a part of for Steven versus Star, someone was saying, why not Zidane? And that's a good point. Why aren't we getting other characters like Zidane, Cecil, Kain, Terra, Celes? Why aren't we getting any of these people? Why? And I don't want to hear that Final Fantasy VII is the greatest Final Fantasy game of all time. Shut the fuck up. No, it's not. It never was. It was always living in the shadow of Final Fantasy VI. Always. It was never better than Final Fantasy VI, and those that believe that 7 is better than 6 are delusional. I swear, Final Fantasy VII is the most overrated game in the series, and I'm starting to get fucking sick and tired of it. Seriously. Tifa, Cloud, twice, Sephiroth. What's next? You gonna do Yuffie next? When are we gonna get other Final Fantasy characters? This is coming from a Final Fantasy fan. Stop doing 7 all the time. Do other frickin' characters. Final Fantasy VII doesn't even have the strongest characters in the franchise either. Like, jeez. Ugh. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I need to go check. Cloud definitely has his feats, but he is nowhere near as powerful as some people would make him out to be. So yeah, let me pull up a different image here. Give me a moment. Because I'm really sick and tired of this matchup. How long now have we been waiting for Link versus Sora and it hasn't happened? Seriously, how long now? This is starting to get freaking ridiculous. I'm starting to get tired of this. Like, I don't know what you people are expecting. You literally just want to see this fight again because you're upset that Cloud lost. That's it. You're just hoping that they're going to change the results for you. So what's the point? Seriously, explain to me what the point of doing this matchup is again. If it's just to get the results you want, then why are you wasting people's time? Go find some other Versus channel to give you the results because you're a biased shitlord. Go do that! If you do. Even if they do change the result, nobody's gonna buy it. It's gonna be like when they did Mario versus Sonic, but had Mario win. Nobody bought it. The only people that are gonna be happy is the people that want to see Cloud win. They're the only ones that are gonna be happy by this matchup. Nobody else is gonna be happy. Because nobody was asking for this matchup. I know I say this a lot, but I really mean it. You know the matchup for as long as I've watched Death Battle. You know what people wanted? Link versus Sora. You know what Death Battle has never done? Link versus Sora. Nobody legitimately wanted this garbage. Yeah, there was probably a small minority of people that wanted to see this. So, yeah, so Death Battle isn't even giving the people what they want. They're just, again, doing easy matchups. They know that Link versus Cloud was controversial for some stupid reason. So, of course, they're going to do it, similar to Goku versus Superman. No, don't do a rematch that people actually want fixed, like, I don't know, Master Chief versus Doomslayer or Yang versus Tifa. Don't do that. No, do this. And if they do change the result, guess what? The result's going to be wrong. Especially if they're going to use Breath of the Wild Link. Breath of the Wild Link is ridiculously overpowered. Even more overpowered than Link already was. Let's take into account the new abilities that Link has gained in Breath of the Wild. Stasis, meaning he can now freeze time. So Link can just straight up freeze you in place for a certain period of time. There's nothing you can do about it. Link now has gained even more ability to bring himself back from the dead through abilities like Mayfa's Grace. Link has now gained the ability to move so fast that time slows down all around him. You know, like Quicksilver and Flash. And before you say this is a highball, I looked into this, and I'll show you this as the stream goes along. In order for time dilation to be a factor, you have to be moving beyond the speed of light and beyond for time dilation to even be a factor. And we already know that Link can move at FTL speeds. So this is not beyond the realm of possibility of things that Link can do. Link now has bullet time abilities. You still think that Cloud has a fucking chance against him? Do you still honestly believe that? Not to mention, there's the magic armor, which makes Link completely invulnerable. Now, I doubt Death Battle will do it, but if they do incorporate that, Cloud's fucked. Because Cloud won't even be able to injure Link. And Link has gained all kinds of new abilities now. On top of this, he has more weapons than ever before. Link can now use everything, ranging from swords, axes, spears, clubs, anything. And Link has gained even more armors. The only thing that's going to be different is the Hylian shield is no longer indestructible. I don't know why they changed that, but they did. That's the only thing that's different. Oh, let's not also forget that Link has immortality through the Triforce. You know how Ganondorf in Twilight Princess was ridiculously hard to kill and kept coming back to life? Well, yeah, that's because of the Triforce. So long as the Triforce remains, even if you somehow find a way to kill Link, he'll just come back to life. Unless his Triforce piece disappears or is taken away from him, you can't kill Link. And what the hell is Cloud going to do? Cloud doesn't have access to the Void. No kind of existence erasure powers. None. How is he going to kill Link? What's he going to do? Cloud is just a big meathead with a sword and magic. I ask you all, what the fuck is Cloud going to do to Link? I'll wait. Because he can't do shit to Link. Any Death Battle fans that are watching, I'll wait for you to explain to me how exactly Cloud is going to kill Link. Because it just won't happen. It'll never fucking happen. Ever. Even if he did somehow find a way to kill Link, he'll easily bring himself back to life. This is something Link can easily do without much effort. Like, all Cloud has is the ability to tank the supernova. And even then, that's only a durability feat. That's all Cloud has over Link. It's highly unlikely that he has the speed advantage. Yeah, Final Fantasy characters are faster than light, but we're talking about a character here that can move so fast that he slows down time. You would have to be crazy to think that Cloud's going to be keeping up with Link. And strength, well, that's highly debatable that Cloud holds the strength advantage over Link. And even then, so fucking what? Link regularly fights against people that have more physical strength than him, and he always wins. So this is just an absolute abomination of a matchup. It's a curb stomp. Even if you would get... Like, I've said this to Final Fantasy fans so many times. Even if you give Cloud everything, he'll still die. Seriously, what does Cloud have that will pose a threat to Link? Okay, Cloud has his sword and he has his magic. Okay, Link regularly deals with people who have magic. Now yes, Final Fantasy is very broken in terms of magic, but Cloud doesn't even have access to some of the most powerful magic. Not even by a long shot. He's not Terra or Celes. He doesn't even have access to the auto life ability. Maybe if Cloud had access to the auto life ability, maybe you would have an argument. But he doesn't. He has access to some of the most basic rudimentary Final Fantasy magic. And even then, he needs certain materia to use certain magic. And it's not like Celes or Terra or the characters from Final Fantasy X where they can use whatever fucking magic they want. No, he has to have a special kind of materia just to use certain magic. I doubt they'll do it. I really doubt that they will. Because if they gave a fuck of what the Final Fantasy fan base thought, they wouldn't have had Tifa lose. Most likely, they're just going to have Cloud win. They're just going to have Cloud lose. The result's not going to change, and if it does change, nobody's going to buy it. And even then, I'm a Final Fantasy fan, and I'm telling you, don't have Cloud win. That would be bullshit. Why am I randomly dropping frames for no reason? Please don't tell me the stream crashed. Okay, good. For a second, I thought the screen crashed. I was about to be upset. Now, let me see if I can pull some stuff up here. Give me a second. Damn it. I hate my typing abilities sometimes. Let's see here. Why is there a Link versus Cloud round 2 on the Zelda forums of all things? No, it shouldn't happen again. Because this matchup was only ever going to be decent at best. Breath of the Wild Link alone, because I know people like to try to say that, oh, well, they needed to use a certain type of Link. They shouldn't have composited him. All Links are the same fucking Link. It's the same Link in 3 different timelines. That's it. So don't try to give me this bullshit that this should have only used Ocarina of Time Link. What kind of fucking sense does that make? Seriously, that reads about as well as saying they should have only used Super Mario 64 Mario. Does that make any freaking sense to you? Get real, people. Don't try to think that you can get away with lowballing Link by saying you should only pick one Link. No, that should never happen. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that, guys. I ordered me a pizza shortly before starting the stream. I just had to go answer the door real quick. Give me a moment. Don't worry, the reason why you couldn't hear me was intentional. I just turned off my mic. Don't worry, it's back on. Man, I am starving. I haven't eaten anything today. What do you mean, what's going on? I'm right here. I didn't go anywhere. I just turned off my mic for a brief moment to answer the door. Well, I remember 1 Minute Melee did that. They had Link and Sora fight, and then it ended with them teaming up to take on a bunch of Heartless. Cloud does not destroy Link, Rock Smasher, and I defy you to try to prove that. Because the harsh reality is it would never happen. I would give you guys pizza if I could. Hell, if I could, I would do a thing where I would have a contest where where I fly a bunch of my fans over to my place, and then we like record a stream together while eating pizza or watching something. Oh yeah, Rock Smasher, bring it on. I've heard all the arguments before, plus you're talking to a Final Fantasy and Zelda fanboy. There's not a single thing you can tell me that I wouldn't already know. But please, go ahead and try. I don't like Cloud, nor do I hate Cloud. I'm indifferent towards Cloud. I think he's cool, but he's far from my favorite character. Zidane is far cooler than Cloud could ever hope to be. Plus, Zidane gets pussy. Cloud dresses like a pussy. The only way you can make this matchup interesting is if you had Cloud versus Link and a femboy off. Go ahead and send videos. I don't know if the link will work in the live chat, but you can try. The link might work, I don't know. I would love to be able to do that for some of my fans if I could. Invite them over, have a bunch of pizza, record a podcast together. No, I got Domino's. I'm not the biggest fan of Little Caesars. Yeah, I understand the appeal that they're real cheap, but I just find their pizza kind of bland and boring. Plus, I really love Domino's wings. I think Domino's wings are underrated. Well, I'm going to tell you this right now. Any Final Fantasy fans that come here, if you think that Cloud's going to win just because you're a Final Fantasy fan, don't bother because you're talking to a Final Fantasy fan. and a Legend of Zelda fan. I love both series. I know a lot about both. And I'm here to tell you, Cloud would never win. Realistically, Cloud could never beat Link. Maybe if you lowballed the utter living shit out of Link and highballed the utter living fuck out of Cloud, maybe. But even then, at that point, you're just rigging the fight in Cloud's favor. Link is a way better character than Cloud. Link might be the best silent protagonist of all time. The only problem I see with that is Doomslayer is also a very iconic silent protagonist. Who knows, maybe someday I'll have a versus thing between Link versus Doomslayer. They won't be fighting, but I'll go over who's cooler, since they're both legendary silent protagonists. Yeah, Link would probably win a femboy off too, because Link has more experience with cross-dressing than Cloud does. And even then, I would argue Cloud doesn't even make all that hot of a woman anyway. Link at least has the body for it. Cloud doesn't with his fucking overly muscular super soldier body. Opponents I would like for Cloud? Literally anyone but Link. Also, anybody but Guts, because I know there are some wise asses that like to throw Guts at Cloud. And that's stupid. Maybe someday I'll do a tier ranker of all the different pizza places, because I've been at a lot of different pizza places. Final Fantasy III could be interesting. In fact, the Final Fantasy III characters are some of the strongest characters in the series. You know why? Because the Warriors of Light get their power from the crystal. Now, if you know your Final Fantasy lore, you would know that the crystal that bestows the power to the Warriors of Light is essentially God in the Final Fantasy universe. And the Warriors of Light are the most powerful. Rather, it's the Warriors of Light from 5 or the Warriors of Light from 3. They've gone up against some of the most dangerous Final Fantasy villains, like Cloud of Darkness and Exdeath, who had the power of the Void, which is the most powerful thing in the Final Fantasy universe. That's the thing that can erase stuff from existence. I mean, throwing Nightmare at Cloud makes about as much sense. That is to say, no sense. Stop throwing people at Cloud just because they have giant swords. Do you not know how fucking gay you are when you do that? What's next? Are we gonna put Astolfo against, I don't know, Felix because they both have big dicks? Is that what we're gonna do? Well, there would be a problem with that, Axel, if I tried. And the problem would be there are so many death battle ideas. How would I even go about doing that? There's hundreds of thousands of death battle ideas. Alright. Let me see if I can pull up some feats here, because I hate it when people focus way too much on Ocarina of Time Link, as if he's some special standout. Apparently there's this video here called Link versus Cloud, who would win. And again, Link would win. And again, this isn't just me saying it because I like Link over Cloud or something like that. I love both series. Personally, I don't really care who wins. Well, actually, I do care who wins in the sense that Link would be the logical one to win. Oh yeah? Explain it, Rock Smasher. I'm still waiting. Because, let's go over this again. I've said this before, I'll say it again. Link's basic gear, like his sword and mirror shield, renders at least half of Cloud's magic useless. Because the mirror shield can reflect light magic, fire magic, and ice magic. Also, the Master Sword can reflect light magic, energy magic, and can redirect electricity. So you know what that means? All of Cloud's ice, fire, energy, and light magic is all useless. Because Link can easily use it against Cloud. Do you not see that a problem? And then of course there's the fact that Link has a whole bunch of different armors. One in particular, the magic armor that makes Link 100% invulnerable so long as it's activated. So wonderful. You want to mention the whole supernova thing? Okay, yeah, Cloud tanked a supernova. Very impressive. Guess what? Link can literally put on an armor that makes him literally invincible. Meaning nothing Cloud does will even be able to injure him. What's Cloud gonna do? Other than die. Furthermore, Link can move so fast that time slows down all around him. Link has bullet time feats. What are you going to do? Yeah, Cloud is very fast, but he can't move so fast that he dilates time. And don't worry, I'm not just going to be roasting Link versus Cloud. I'll probably find some other person with terrible matchups to cover. Originally, I wanted to cover this guy on Twitter, but I can't get on Twitter right now. Depends, you send me a lot of thumbnails, Miku. Link is likely much greater than planet level. It depends on how you look at it. Because Link has a ridiculous amount of feats. Also, if you count Minish Cap, there's this feat where Cloud defeated Vaati, who created a dimension that may or may not have been universe in size. Now, a lot of Zelda fans are unsure if it was just a dimension that Vaati transported Link to, or if it was a universe. Fans are kind of up in the air of what it was. But depending on how you interpret it, I interpret it as Link has the ability to defeat godlike entities that can create their own different dimensions and realities. And yes, Link has regularly battled against people with the power of gods. So don't try to bring up this whole, well, Sephiroth, he was a god. Okay, Link regularly fights against people that are either gods or have the power of a god. Link literally has the power of a god coursing through him. The Triforce is each separately one of the three goddesses of Hyrule that created Hyrule. Link has the power of a god. So good luck with that argument. And again, this Triforce piece gives him the abilities of both immortality. Damn it. Why is my stream not all that strong today? Just disconnected. And I had to wait a moment. So yeah, hopefully the stream doesn't crash on me. And of course, Rock Smasher doesn't have any argument as to how Cloud would beat Link. Wonderful. Exactly what I would expect from someone like that. The Triforce can be argued to be at least planetary in strength. At the very least. Considering that these three goddesses created Hyrule itself. So, Link with just his Triforce piece alone is probably at least planetary, which would add up. Because you have Majora, who was moon level, potentially stronger. And Majora couldn't defeat Link. Now, here's something that's interesting to bring up. One of the most powerful spells in Final Fantasy lore is the Meteor spell. The Meteor spell is infamous for being able to destroy planets. Link, with just his Triforce piece, is already as strong as one of the most powerful spells. Oops. Once again, I ask you, what the fuck is Cloud gonna do to Link? Outside of being able to tank the Supernova, he has no advantage over Link. And even the Supernova thing would only get him so far. Because even Cloud can only take so much abuse before dying. Also, let's not forget, the Master Sword is a divine construct created by the gods. The Master Sword is a sword made by literal gods with godly power. So you're going to put Link with his sword that was created by gods versus Cloud's oversized butcher knife. Let's be honest, that's all the Buster Sword is. It's just an oversized butcher knife. Unless you're going to give him the Ultima weapon, but they're probably not going to do that. Again, I'm tired of people that underestimate Link. I have plans to make a video one day, but the script isn't finished, called Why Link is Stronger Than You Think. Because for some reason, people always underestimate Link. I don't understand why. Well, what's the context? Yes, Link versus Cloud is the next Death Battle episode. Check the thumbnail. I told you guys, I have sources that can leak the results to me. I can get the results of a death battle before it even comes out. However, the only thing I was interested in was who's next. I don't care who wins between Steven and Star. Everyone in the live chat saying that Steven is cannon fodder and he's going to get his ass kicked anyway. It says it is. It keeps having to reconnect for some frickin' reason. Yeah, it says it's still live on my end. It's just constantly reconnecting for some reason. Link is easily a better character than Mario. Link is more interesting and more powerful, and I would argue more iconic and less goofy than Mario. Not to say that Mario is a terrible character, he's a perfectly fine character in his own right, but Link is far more intriguing. Plus, the fact that Link is a silent protagonist and is still able to have so much charisma just speaks volumes of how awesome Link is. Plus, Link is a straight-up badass. I can remember this one time in Soul Calibur 2. Link was at a certain level, and he walks up to Raphael, and he just attacks him and says, like, die where you stand. And Link's only response is, he just pulls out his sword and shield and just gets right in his face. Link don't give a fuck. Yes, Maladus can be speculated to be at least planet level because he said he was going to destroy the entire planet and likely would have done so had Link and Zelda not stopped him. Yeah, that's another thing. Link's arsenal alone will shut down any resistance Cloud has. I've talked about this before. Link is the Batman of video games. Link has a tool for almost any situation. For example, Link has a magnetic gauntlet that basically gives him Magneto powers. So just imagine that. Link puts on that gauntlet and just magnetizes Cloud's sword away from him. What's Cloud gonna do? Oh yeah. The Locomo sword isn't even Link's most powerful sword. Like I said earlier, the Master Sword is a godly weapon created by literal gods. It's basically like Samurai Jack's sword. For those of you who know about your Samurai Jack lore, Jack's sword was created by gods. And Jack has one of the most powerful swords in fiction. Yes, Link has a magnetic gauntlet that can give him magnetism powers. That is something Link has. Personally, I don't think Link would give a flying fuck about Cloud. Now, what else is there in his arsenal? Oh, yeah. Link has this cane that just straight up fucks with the laws of physics. So what this cane does is it launches a piece of magic. Damn it! It launches a ball of magical energy at you. When it hits an object, it flips itself upside down. There is no such thing as my favorite Link because they're all the same. Every Link is the same Link. The only exception to that is the cartoon Link, but we don't talk about that, and the Link from the CDI games, which we also don't talk about. That too. Link's Sheikah Slate also has magnetism powers. Link can even use his Sheikah Slate to fly using a piece of metal. Link can do that. Seriously, Link literally could just magnetize Cloud's sword away from him. What's Cloud gonna do? Oh, he's gonna try to punch Link? Yeah, let me know how well that goes for you. Considering that Link has physically overpowered monsters 20 times his size. Oh yeah, Link is really worried about Cloud coming up to punch him in the face. He'd probably just catch his punch and not even be fucking fazed by it. He would just catch it with a bored expression on his face and just throw him like the little bitch he is. It'd be like Brock Lesnar just picking up Daniel Bryan and throwing him like a piece of trash. That's exactly what it would be. Yeah, I understand that Cloud also has super strength, but Link's strength is off the fucking charts. Link can lift things and overpower things twice or sometimes even 20 times his size. I'm pretty sure if Link, for example, let's say you put Link in an arm wrestling match with Tifa. I can tell you right now, that's not going to go very well. Like, you know, Tifa's super strong, right? Well, guess what? Tifa would lose an arm wrestling match against Link. Because not only is Link already pretty physically strong, but Link has all kinds of gauntlets and bracelets that increase his physical strength even more. Link probably could if he felt like it. Like, here's what I'm going to say. Link is better at everything than Cloud. Link is stronger than Cloud. Link is cooler than Cloud. Link is more badass than Cloud. Link has a better sword than Cloud. Link is a ladies' man, unlike Cloud, who can barely even get Tifa to want to fuck him. I would even go so far as to say Link is a better cross-dresser than Cloud. There's an actual game where Link puts on Zelda's dress, and he actually makes it look good. Could you imagine if Cloud put on Aerith's dress? Oh god, that would be cringy. No, I got one for you. Elliot Rodger walks up to a sorority and Pumped Up Kick starts playing. Yes. Consider the following. Link had to learn how to pass as a woman to get into the fucking Gerudo town. All Cloud had to do was just fool some pimp loser. Yes, there's a Zelda game where Link puts on Zelda's dress. Well, that's true. He didn't have to. It's just something he did. Oh yeah, and another thing. Link has access to the Great Fairy Sword. Now here's the thing about the Great Fairy Sword. It's more than just a gigantic sword. It's a powerful sword that allows the user to keep fighting even if they're jinxed or cursed. So for example, if Cloud tried to use some magic to curse Link, it wouldn't even work. Because he could just pull out the Great Fairy Sword and it'll force him to keep fighting. Here's what I'll say. If Link and Cloud were in a prison cell, let me put it to you this way. Link would be claiming top bunk. Cloud would be Link's bitch in prison. Link would be having Cloud dress up all pretty so he can fuck him. And Cloud would say yes to it. Link wouldn't give him much of a choice. I've been kicking around different opponents for Astolfo. So far, I haven't come up with anything. I might still do Bridget, but I don't know. I want to try to see if I could do more than just have Astolfo fight just another trap, you know? But here's the main reason why Cloud will never, ever, 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 ever defeat Link. This is all I need to say. The Triforce, plus he has abilities like Meifa's Grace. Also, Meifa's Grace can be used multiple times. It has a short charge-up time. So Link can easily just keep endlessly bringing himself back to life, even if Cloud does kill him, and then eventually Cloud's going to run out of stamina. Cloud does not have limitless amounts of stamina. So, inevitably, Cloud's just going to be worn out. Like, killing Link once is already difficult enough. Imagine having to try to kill him multiple times. It would take its toll on anyone. Yes, if Link has the Great Fairy Sword and you try to curse him or jinx him, the Great Fairy Sword will force him to keep fighting. I don't know about Ryu Hayabusa versus Samurai Jack. Although, looking back at it in hindsight, Ryu Hayabusa versus Strider was a stupid idea. I mean, I'll give it to Death Battle. The actual fight itself between Ryu and Strider was pretty cool. But looking at it from a matchup point of view, it probably wasn't the most fair matchup. You really think any of their new episode specials are going to amount to anything? I mean, their 100th episode was Mario vs. Sonic, for Christ's sake. Breath of the Wild, even if you want to use just Breath of the Wild Link, that alone is game over. Now, I know there'll be some Final Fantasy fans, I'll say, but must supernova. You know you can't must supernova your way out of everything, right? The only real problem I had with Ryu versus Strider, maybe I'll review it sometime, is I liked the episode for the most part. The only thing I didn't like was the matchup didn't really seem all that fair looking back at it in hindsight. At first, I thought, ooh, that's a really cool matchup, but looking back at it, it probably wasn't the best opponent for Ryu. And I didn't like that Ryu lost, but that's more of a personal thing. I wanted Ryu to win. But hey, your guy isn't always going to win. Plus, Ryu not winning is more of a personal thing. It's not anything, like, objectively wrong with the episode. I just would have been happy if it was Ryu that won. Oh, really? If Smash isn't canon, then I must be straight. And I'll say this, like, even if I give it to you that Cloud can tank the Supernova, that's a durability feat at best. Realistically, the only thing Death Battle would be able to give Cloud is the durability advantage. Speed advantage he will lose, strength advantage he'd probably also lose. Skill advantage he would lose because Link is far more skilled than Cloud could ever hope to be. Even if you want to pull the whole swordsman angle, Link is a more talented swordsman than Cloud could ever be. Just saying. I don't even think Cloud even is a trained swordsman now that I think about it. I think he's just a guy that just uses a sword. Does he even know how to use the fucking thing? There's something to ask some Final Fantasy fans. Was Cloud even ever trained with that oversized butcher knife? Or did Zack just give it to him and he just uses it now because his best friend gave it to him? Even though he probably may or may not even have training with the fucking thing. Link has been trained by countless sword masters. He's been trained by some of the most skilled sword masters in all of Hyrule. So even in a sword fight, yeah, Cloud's gonna lose that one too. The list keeps going on. The odds are stacked against Cloud in the worst possible way. What advantage can you give Cloud against Link? His arsenal is inferior. He's not stronger. He's not faster. Yeah, he might be more durable, but that's about it. He's not more skilled than Link. He's not even a better fucking cross-dresser than Link. What the fuck does Cloud have on Link? Can we get real here, fellow Final Fantasy fans? I know you probably love Cloud and you don't like the idea of admitting that your precious Cloud could lose to somebody. Believe me, if Death Battle ever did Zidane and he lost, I would be a little bit upset. But you need to be able to accept this. Cloud isn't even the strongest Final Fantasy protagonist. In fact, if you want to get real, Lightning would make Cloud his bitch. Let's be honest here, Final Fantasy fans. Lightning would beat the utter living shit out of Cloud. Sure, Cloud's probably a better character than Lightning, but Lightning would kick his fucking ass. There's a reason why I chose Lightning as one of the first Final Fantasy characters to appear on Blood Royale, because she's one of the strongest Final Fantasy protagonists. And I want to show people just how powerful the Final Fantasy universe is to set the standard going on. So if anyone suggests Final Fantasy matchups for me, they don't put characters against Final Fantasy characters that they could never win against. Because trust me, Final Fantasy has some pretty overpowered characters, and you gotta be careful who you put them against. Yeah, and guess what? Link killed Demise. That's another thing. Demise is one of the most powerful beings in the entire Zelda lore, and Link killed him. Lightning literally killed the being that created her entire universe. Did Cloud do that? I don't think so. Hell, Cloud is the guy that struggles to kill Sephiroth. Lightning's power level is off the fucking charts. Trust me, Wonder Woman is gonna have her work cut out for her. What it all comes down to in regards to finding Astolfo a good opponent, here's all you need to do. Just find him an opponent that A, has good compatibility, B, he can have good chemistry with, C, you can tell a story with, and has some good connections with Astolfo outside of being a trap. Don't get me wrong, I know it's tempting to have Astolfo fight against another trap to find out which trap is the strongest. Believe me, I get that, but that alone isn't gonna be all that interesting, because that novelty of two traps fighting will wear off rather quickly. Especially because Astolfo is no joke. Despite what he says, Astolfo is actually quite strong. Very strong, in fact. Yeah, and you know what sucks? 1 minute Melee's Lightning versus Wonder Woman looked good. It looked damn good. That's why it's a shame that they didn't just do a death battle episode with that animation. What a fucking waste. I mean, maybe you could potentially do reverse trap versus normal trap, since there's this whole debate of tomboys being better than femboys. Maybe you could play around with that idea. The only problem is there's not a lot of known reverse traps that actually have power. That's the only problem. One idea I considered, since the trans community is insistent on having a war against the trap community, why not just have a Stolfo fight a tranny? Of course he did. Yeah. Oh, ow, ow! Don't do that, that hurts. Oh, quit being a baby. Stop it. Let go. Yeah, I'm not sure what else to say. I could keep going, but I think everyone gets the idea. Like, Cloud has almost no chance against Link. None whatsoever. Maybe this is what you all get for overhyping Cloud. Even if you want to say, well, Cloud has access to some OP healing magic, okay, Link has so many ways to easily heal himself and bring himself back from the dead. Truth be told, I don't know where that Astolfo is planet level thing is coming from. I don't know where they get that from. I'll have to ask my research partner, who's a hardcore Fate fan like me. Because we've discussed the strength of all the different servants before. While we haven't come to a conclusion on how strong Astolfo is, I'm pretty sure we can at least say that he's probably not planet level. Unless maybe you're talking about Saber Astolfo, but even then I don't know where that would be coming from. That was a cat. I don't own any dogs. Well, even if he's strong enough to break the moon, again, I would need to see a source for that. But even if that was the case, that would just make Astolfo moon level. Now, sure, moon level is technically small planet level. Let me see what I can find for other death battles to roast. I'll cover the death battle wiki another time. Let's see if there's any videos I may have missed, because I think I've covered pretty much all of them. New Death Battle episode ideas for every franchise that has been on Death Battle. Okay. Let's see. Have I covered this guy before? Biffweed? Nope. Doesn't look like I have. Cool. I don't really think they're going to make Cloud win, because I feel like even they know they can't justify that. Every death in Death Battle ranked. Huh, maybe I'll save that for another time. Alright, let's see what this guy has. Biffweed. Great profile picture, by the way.
A video on my dream season of Death Battle, fitting into the confines of what I thought a season would include. But those restrictions...
This might be a small but petty thing, but I hate it when people use the term dream matchup, because smarks use that term all the fucking time. So let's see what we got here.
In a lot of matches I just wasn't super passionate about. There were so many matchups that I wanted to include, but just couldn't due to running out of slots for specific animation styles. This left the sprite battles with a bunch of filler spots. Believe it or not, I'm not particularly dying to see Reptile versus Riptor. Other matches got left out because I didn't want to have too many of the same series. That meant no matches like, say, Frieza versus Megatron, because I was already pushing it with 3 other Dragon Ball matches. So this year, instead of
Frieza versus Megatron, I see that matchup all the time. I don't get it. I really don't get it. It's kind of stupid. Plus, forgive my ignorance. I'm not going to pretend I'm this big Transformers fan, but wouldn't Megatron get the shit kicked out of him by Frieza, considering that they keep bringing Frieza back to life and giving him new forms?
My dream season, like what I originally planned to do. I'm just going to quickly go through the 25 matches that I want the most without the need to limit myself to all these rules and restrictions. I've got quite a few matches to cover, so let's start.
I have no clue. I don't even know if I even want to know the context.
I want Death Battle to do that aren't same series matches. But I found this match in my comment section and it really stuck with me. An internet stick figure battle royale between Red, Henry Stickmin, The Second Coming, and Fancy Pants Man. I know the comment says the chosen one would be the animator versus animation rep, but not only do I like The Second Coming more as a character, but he has way more you can do with him in the fight. Have him start out in base where you can use his weapons and abilities from the various games he's travelled between.
I don't know who
like
Nemesis
Minecraft,
is.
Pokemon, and League of Legends. Then at some point he can be brought to the brink of death and then activate his super form, whatever it's called. And then you can have him do pretty much anything that Chosen One could have done, and then some. On top of having a really cool transformation scene. I love the Animator vs Animation series. The 5th one ended up being my favourite YouTube video of last year.
I guess this one I can let go. I don't really have a whole lot to say about it.
I also have really fond memories of playing the Henry Stickmin and Fancy Pants games. I also think I might have watched a few episodes of Dick Figures once, but I don't remember.
Although here's what I'm going to say. If you're going to go with this whole Battle Royale idea, why not put the Super Beast from StickDeath.com in there? Just saying.
It very well. I talked to Nemesis about the match a bit to get a general idea of...
Well, there you go.
And from what we can both tell, Red and Henry both have multi-continental calcs, which really threw me off guard. I was expecting Henry to come third or probably even dead last, but he should actually stomp Fancy and the Second Coming. He might even beat Red via his hacks. Fancy unfortunately gets obliterated by everyone on the field, and Second Coming only gets third. This seems like it could be a really fun hand-drawn fight. Everyone that isn't Fancy Pants Man also has a really good variety of weapons and abilities to keep things fresh. It's a match that's grown on me a lot, and I really hope it happens someday. I had a lot to say on this one. Most of the rest
Truth be told, I don't think Death Battle will ever do this. They've never cared about giving the fans what they want.
Sounds like a nightmare. I'm saying this before I can see the final length of the video, so here's hoping. The Nostalgia Critic versus the Angry Video Game Nerd would be so funny to me if it happened. And
fuck off! No. No. This matchup should not happen. For a variety of different reasons. Number one, it already happened! The Nerd and Nostalgia Critic settled their little rivalry and already had a fight. What can Death Battle do that these two didn't already do? You think Death Battle knows better than James and Doug, the men who actually play these characters? You think Death Battle knows better than them? Fuck off with this! Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off! This is garbage! Not to mention, Nostalgia Critic would get his fucking ass handed to him because his feats are shit in comparison to the Nerd. Not to mention, Nostalgia Critic versus the Nerd happened in the fucking video game! What more do you people want? Enough! It's over! And plus, Nostalgia Critic is a fucking controversial figure now. He's poison. Nobody in their right mind would touch Nostalgia Critic unless it's to make fun of how much of a lol cow he is. Nostalgia Critic protected a rapist. What is wrong with you people? Stop! This would not be funny. Nobody likes Nostalgia Critic anymore. Enough! Stop! I don't care if you think this will be funny or not. It's gay. You're gay. Stop. Nostalgia Critic is a fucking asshole. He's a piece of garbage, and his takes on media are fucking useless. This is the same guy that said in his top 11 things of the dumbest things in Lord of the Rings, he put Sam and Frodo's gayness, and he wasn't even being ironic. How stupid are you people? It's over. James won. He was always the fucking winner. When you look at what these two men have achieved, it's clear that James has won. And they already did the fight. It already happened. Stop thinking this is a brilliant matchup. I'd rather see Spoonie versus Pro Jared. That would be more fucking interesting.
My main reason for wanting it. I also think it could have a really fun fight given how many abilities both have had over the years. It could work as sprites or as live action, pick your poison really. If it
Oh, you mean like that live action fight that already happened? Jesus fucking Christ. And NC is poison. God damn it. Fuck! Motherfucker. Poison. Why is it pronounced poison, but it should be poison? I fucking hate English. It's poison. He protected a rapist. And has been in so many controversies. God damn it. You get a down vote just for this matchup alone. Shame on you. Oh wait, I forgot. Death Battle fans don't have a sense of shame.
I would absolutely hope Liam would be the one writing it, because basically every single one of his episodes that he's written has become a meme goldmine amongst me and my friends. They all have at least one quote each that we meme to hell and back.
Okay,
They even have several, actually. Donald versus Daffy needs to be a hand-drawn fight. I've talked about this fight like 3 separate times already. I don't really know what else I can say without retreading already covered ground. It would be fun, there's a lot of material to pull from to make an interesting analysis. The multiverse match was already really good, so I would hope Death Battle could expand upon that. Go watch that episode if you
want. This is really pissing me off. What could Death Battle do that other people who have covered this matchup haven't already done? This is what frustrates me. All other Versus shows do these matchups, but then people are like, no, we need Death Battle to do it, otherwise it doesn't count. Well, thanks for invalidating the hard work of these other channels, then. What's the point? Why are they even going to bother if you people are just going to keep asking for Death Battle to do it until they do it? What the fuck? This is stupid. Also, Donald Duck versus Daffy Duck have already interacted before. Remember Who Framed Roger Rabbit? This is stupid.
Who I think wins. This next one is an episode that my good chum Mr. Breaker already did, but he also put both characters at Multiversal, which is fucking cringe. The Me versus the New Kid would be a great hand-drawn episode. There's some...
Oh yeah? Why? Why would it be a great hand-drawn thing? First off, this isn't hand-drawn, okay? So what the fuck? And why the Me versus the New Kid? The Me's don't have any feats. How the fuck are you gonna give the Me's feats? Oh my god. This is stupid.
One of the biggest player avatar characters out there with a lot of fantastical abilities.
2 of the biggest avatar characters out there? Really? Really? There's no other series that has avatar-based characters, and no, I'm not talking about Avatar: Last Airbender, that you can think of that are bigger than this? Really? That's all you got? Maybe if you know that your friend is cringe, maybe you shouldn't be suggesting his matchup ideas. There's a thought for you, genius.
And the contrast between the family-friendly Nintendo character and South Park could lend to some really good comedy. The New Kid has city-level and relativistic calcs, at least that's what Versus Battle Wiki says, but the Me...
Okay, you've just immediately invalidated yourself. Strike 1. Never look at the Versus Battle Wiki, damn it. When are you people ever gonna learn? Seriously. Never look at the Versus. That is like one of the golden rules of the Versus community, that you never look at the Versus Battle Wiki. My god, I am convinced this guy has no clue what he's doing.
Possibly match that. In Wii Party, they were able to survive volcanic eruptions, tornadoes that can send them across the planet, and even fly across the planet themselves in a short amount of time. The Miis are genuinely versus viable, and I hate seeing them shot down because they're an Avatar character. I'd absolutely root for them. I adore the Wii series games that I've played, except for Wii Play.
You might be one of the only human beings on the planet that actually cares about those games. I don't know a single person growing up that ever gave a flying fuck about those games.
That one sucks. The new kid probably would end up winning though. There's probably some ridiculous feat that Versus Battle Wiki is keeping secret. Ron Swanson versus...
I'm skipping this one. I don't fucking care. I really don't give a shit.
These are just normal guys, not superhumans who need to be conveyed moving.
The respect thread is more credible than the Versus Battle Wiki. Yeah, the respect thread isn't perfect, but it does have a better track record than the fucking Versus Wiki.
Super speeds. I want to assume Ron wins, but I'm fine with either winning if this episode ever does happen.
This is stupid.
Ron doesn't have to win. Him getting on Death Battle at all would be enough for me. Dipper Pines versus Conan Edogawa is a huge...
What the fuck? Okay, can someone explain this one to me? I don't get it. This one just comes off as desperate to me.
Pipe dream for me, but I still really hope it happens. I adore Gravity Falls, and while I haven't watched the Detective Conan series, I have seen the movies, and they were mostly pretty good. Both have a lot of...
This one makes no sense to me. I don't get it. I don't even think Detective Conan even has any abilities. Isn't the whole point that he's just a kid that's very smart? Seriously, that's all you have to offer here. This literally reads about as well as putting Detective Conan against L. It makes about as much sense. Also, intellectual battles like this are nearly impossible to do. They're not impossible, but they're very difficult. Why do you think we're never going to see Light Yagami on Death Battle? Because how the fuck are you supposed to make that work? This is just fucking stupid.
Gadgets that can keep the audience on their toes during the fight, and both can counter the other. Conan's glasses make it so that the memory eraser gun would just bounce off him, and Dipper's shrinking flashlight means he can nullify the damage of Conan's soccer balls. The best way this fight could end would be with the building they're in catching on fire and both of them having to escape it. If Conan wins...
Why would that be a best way for the fight to end? The building catches fire and they have to run away? Why? Why that specific scenario? Like, aren't these kids supposed to be very smart? Why would they catch a building on fire that they're in? That just seems kind of stupid. Or just makes them look reckless. Which I'm pretty sure these characters aren't supposed to be reckless.
You could have him escape first, but then have Dipper get trapped inside, with Conan not being able to help him get out. It would be a really good way to end the fight in a death without having them break character. You could...
Really? Okay, first off, since when has Death Battle ever cared about people that don't kill? Have we forgotten the fact that they had Yang snap Tifa's neck, and they had Aang kill Edward? Death Battle's made it perfectly clear that even if they have a character that doesn't kill, they will make them kill. I get the whole not wanting to break character thing, but what you need to understand is Death Battle doesn't give a fuck. They've never cared about character. They'll just have one of these two kill each other in most likely some gruesome way, because for some reason Death Battle, they love killing kids in gruesome ways. Remember what they did to Red?
You could also have Dipper do the pose that the shapeshifter warned about as he's being burned alive. That'd be a really chilling way to end the fight. If Boomstick calls Conan Big Man Jimmy Kudo at any point, then I would make an entire video analysing the genius and complexity of that line. Like what...
Oh, fuck me. This reminds me of that guy that said I would mark out so hard if Chris Jericho called Goldberg Greenberg. Fucking hell. How is that genius? Also, when is a boomstick joke ever genius? His jokes are the most stupid, basic bitch level humor on the planet. Boomstick has never come up with a clever joke in his life.
Nemesis made me do with Time, huh? Super Brains versus Super Monkey would be genuinely
I don't know who these two characters are, and I don't care.
amazing. Seeing Plants vs. Zombies and Balloons tower defense on Death Battle would...
Moving on.
Team Fortress 2 needs some representation.
Okay, seriously? Why Spy versus Agent 47? I see this all the fucking time, and I never understand this matchup. Why Spy? Why is that all you can think of? Also, Agent 47 is not a spy. He's a hitman. This makes no fucking sense. Agent 47 versus John Wick. Okay, I kind of understand that one. It makes sense. This one is just fucking retarded.
In versus against any series that isn't Overwatch. The Spy vs. Agent 47 has the potential to replicate the amazing stealth and knife fighting of Snake vs. Sam.
Oh, really? How so? Please explain it to me, because just because it has the potential to do so doesn't mean it will, because it's predicated on Death Battle's scripts. And I've shown before that Death Battle is not good at choreography sometimes. Do I have to go over Blake versus Mikasa again and that dog shit choreography? Death Battle has become lazier and lazier as time has gone along. And the whole basis of bringing back the good knife fighting is only based on if they come up with a halfway decent script. And also, okay, it's a knife fight. Whoop-de-fuckity-doo, like we haven't seen that before. How about something different? If you just want to see the epic knife fighting of Snake versus Sam, go watch Snake vs. Sam. It's still there. You don't need to try and have Death Battle copy it with some other characters.
It goes without saying that I really want that. On top of that, Spy's my favourite TF2 character in general. His animated short is so good, and he's in the foremost...
Translation. I like Spy, so therefore that's why I want to see him in this matchup.
Heartbreaking comic panels I have ever seen. I'd root for him to win since I have way more experience with him. I've played bits and pieces of the Hitman games, but I can't say for sure who wins. If Spy won, the only right way to end the fight would be with a dead ring or fake out, followed by a backstab, maybe with a spicicle.
Why would that be the only way?
I've seen frequently pitted against each other in the last year or so. Garo, Akuma, Rao, and Tai Lung. That
what
last
the fuck?
One isn't a meme this time. I've genuinely seen people request Tai Lung versus Garo and Tai Lung versus Akuma, though
why? That's stupid. And trust me, there's a lot of dumb Akuma matchups. I could make an episode of this dedicated to just all the shitty Akuma matchups I see.
Admittedly, I've never seen Tai Lung versus Rao requested. I think a match between two of these four is inevitable to happen someday. Unfortunately, not Tai Lung, since everyone here obliterates him by breathing a little too hard, and the day Death Battle uses an animated film character is the day the sun explodes. Out of the remaining three, I'd love to see Garo and Rao fight each other. I hardly know Rao, which is why
I don't know too much about these characters, so I can't speak much on this one.
It's actually really close, which I like a lot.
Of course. The EV Battle Royale. I figured somebody would end up inevitably suggesting this.
Royale would be one of the very few exceptions. 8 characters would make for a really fun animation with so much going on at once. Free For All already did this match, and they did it really well.
Then why? What is the point of having Death Battle do it? I don't get you people. Why do you just want to invalidate the hard work of the people that have already done this? Why? Why does it always have to be Death Battle? Seriously. Stop invalidating these other channels by saying that, oh, Death Battle needs to do it, because you somehow have this assumption that Death Battle will do it better, when Death Battle has one of the worst track records of any Versus show out there.
They actually managed to change my mind on the verdict, but that show doesn't have animations, so that's the main reason I would still want to see.
Okay, so? Also, I'm pretty sure you could determine who wins this fight by just looking at their stats. That's kind of the thing about Pokemon characters. You can usually tell which is stronger by just glancing at their stats. Or you could literally just figure out which one is more viable by just, you know, playing a Pokemon game and maxing out their stats. Just saying. Okay, just because it has no animations doesn't invalidate the matchup or the research that they do. At the end of the day, the point of a versus matchup, contrary to popular belief, it's not about the fights. It's about settling the debate of who wins. The fights are nothing more than just nice little pieces of animation.
Death Battle tackle it as well, just to see how these different abilities would interact with each other. I agree with the verdict in the free-for-all, so if you haven't seen that episode, go check it out, it's pretty good. Death Battle hasn't done many 2v2 fights, which is unfortunate since seeing team synergy can add to the fight choreography a lot. Shrek vs Sully is a commonly requested match, but I think throwing Mike and Donkey in there would help a lot. Shrek...
Okay, this is just fucking stupid. I feel like this only exists because of memes. Also, I am almost certain Cartoon Fight Club did this. I might be wrong, but I'm pretty sure I've seen him do this before.
Shrek and Sully would do most of the heavy hitting, while their partners would mostly come in for assists and for additional banter. We don't get many movie characters on Death Battle in general, so I really hope they do something along the lines of this. Shrek 2 and Monsters Inc. are both some of my favourite movies ever as well, so I'd be especially excited for this one, even if one side has to die. I assume Shrek and Donkey would win, but I'd be rooting for Mike and Sully. If Boomstick said...
Mike and Sully don't even have very many feats. Seriously. What can Mike and Sully even do? Like, yeah, one of them's a little bit strong, but that's about it. Shrek is also pretty strong as well. But Shrek has actual feats, though. Like, how the fuck is this supposed to work? None of these guys have feats. And Mike is borderline useless.
The King from Shrek 2, then this would be my new favourite episode by a landslide. Spider-Man is my favourite Marvel character, and I quite like most of his movies, so why not make the Spider-Man from those movies fight? Honestly, I think the movie Spidey Battle Royale is super likely to come out.
Because it's stupid? That's why?
Around the time of the third MCU Spidey film, given that, huge spoiler alert, Tobey Maguire and Andrew Garfield have both been casted and the film will involve other universes. I think keeping the fight to base suits only would be fair since the symbiote is hardly standard arsenal for Tobey, and giving Tom the Iron Spider suit in Edith just wouldn't be fun. I still think Tom wins, which is good for me since
why would it not be fun? Explain that to me.
Garfield seems to be faster and Maguire probably has better lifting strength, but Holland has the best mix of both.
Lifting strength doesn't mean jack, though.
Greninja vs Rano is a match I mentioned in my Dream Season video, and it's one of the few matches from there that I still really want. You can have a really fast-paced and well-choreographed martial arts battle that incorporates their special moves. Have them launch their watery projectiles at each other, have Rano trap Greninja in bubbles, have Greninja defend with map block and evade attacks with double team, just have it be really fast and action-packed like Ryu vs Strider. I hear it's close, but Greninja should probably win. I don't know, I don't care. Rivals of Aether getting on Death Battle would be amazing.
Well, then if you don't care who wins, then what's the
Splinter
point?
versus Shifu is a match that follows a similar sentiment for me. Just have a fast-paced, well-choreographed
Really?
fight, but with this you can actually have them throw in sagely words of wisdom during the battle. Have them fight with their staffs at some point, have Shifu use the golden lotus clap to blind Splinter, but then...
Of course, we always have to do the cliche, have some, wise mentor cliches fight each other. That's not overplayed at all.
Have Splinter uses enhanced hearing to take advantage of his blindness and gain the upper hand. Maybe even have neither of them get
Also, which fucking Splinter are we using? There's like a million different Splinters. There's the video game ones, the cartoon ones, the movie one. Which one are we using here?
Like halfway through the fight to show just how skilled and quick they both are. The difference in height between the two could make for some really unique hand-to-hand choreography as well. Shifu has quite a unique fighting style. I would imagine this is an easy win for most versions of Splinter, which is unfortunate because I do quite like Shifu.
So, if it's an easy win for Splinter, then it's a waste of time. How many times do I have to explain this whole compatibility aspect? If it's a curb stomp, then nobody cares because there's no fucking tension. If you already know who's gonna win, it's a waste of fucking time.
If you're in the Nemesis Bloodrick Discord server, there's a chance you knew that I was going to mention this one at some point. Slenderman vs Octodad almost made the top 10, and I don't know how to...
What the unholy mother of fuck is this? Okay. Fan Wars matchup of Slenderman versus 682 was made more fucking sense than this. I feel like, again, this is just one of those matchups that comes from that meme mentality. Oh, look how memey these two are. Well, first off, Slenderman is dead. Nobody cares about Slenderman anymore. Also, not only that, but Slenderman is overpowered as fuck anyway. What the hell is Octodad gonna do? Granted, I don't know too much about Octodad, but this is just stupid. I feel like this is just a meme one. I feel like most of the stuff that goes on in that server is they just meme around and don't take shit too seriously. This is just dumb.
Feel about that. The connections aren't exactly super thematic. I mean, they're tall guys in suits with tentacles. Riveting. But I find this match really funny just from how much the general tones contrast with each other and how it's actually fair. Slenderman has feats of lifting trees and tearing down metal doors, while Octodad lifted an anchor and survived.
Oh god, that hurt. Okay. Give me a second. Like, I love how he just mentions, like, oh, well, the Slender Man pulled out trees. That's nothing. That's literally less than wall level. Also, how is this fight supposed to work considering you can't even look at the Slender Man? How is that supposed to work? Also, from what I can read here, it says that Slenderman is invisible unless you have a camera. So wonderful. How the hell is Octodad even supposed to see Slenderman exactly? That probably wasn't well thought out, though. Yeah, clearly this dude isn't a versus debater. I don't believe that anyone in his Discord is a versus debater. So let's see here. So Slenderman can invade people's dreams. Can screw with electronics. That doesn't matter. It's tendrils. Yeah, this is a big problem. Slenderman can teleport, so that would pretty much throw any speed feats Octodad has out the window. Oh, here's another thing. Slenderman cannot be hurt by piercing attacks. So wonderful. Like, this is dumb. I mean, it's not even just that. It's he thinks it'll be funny.
This explosion. So it might actually be fair if you only use official Slenderman material, which, yes, even though Slenderman is a public domain character, there is still officially licensed material like the original stories, the games, and the movies. So there is stuff for Death Battle to actually use. I also like that this would force them to get more creative in choreographing the fight, since it wouldn't make sense for either of them to fight in the way that Death Battle typically makes the characters fight. I have no idea who should actually win. I'd root for Octodad, but I would not be surprised if Slenderman took it. If Slenderman did win, you could have a horrifyingly brutal death. Maybe have him turn Octodad into a tree and set it on fire? I don't know. Gru vs. Megamind, on top of using characters I like from two movies that I really enjoy.
Oh dear, we know where this is going.
Characters on Death Battle, which we are sorely lacking. You could have a lot of fun slapstick, an army battle between the minions and the brain bots, have Megamind's minion fight Gru for a bit, and have Gru take him out to...
There we go, that should fix it. God damn it. You fucking laggy ass piece of shit.
Have a good emotional moment. There's a lot you can do with this one. On top of that, I actually think there's a less than zero chance it'll happen this season. Minions 2 comes out this year, Megamind's basically the most popular.
What the fuck, Minions 2? Why do they keep making Minions movies? Seriously, I sometimes really regret ever thinking that I liked these movies if I had known what it would have created. I'm sick and tired of those Minions. They're all over the place.
The movie came out, the match is a long-time rivalry, there's a lot suggesting that it could happen. There's also...
No, I wasn't on the Versus Wiki, I was on the Respect thread. I don't even think there even is a Versus Wiki page on Slender Man. And even if there was, why would I use it?
Interesting debate for it. To my knowledge, Gru would win in a fist fight, but Megamind has way better tech and their speed is decently close. I don't know, it's just been a fight I've wanted for a while. If it got announced, it'd be one of the few fights on this list that I'd actually try and do a prediction for. Ho from Kung Fu Panda is a character I've seen a lot of discussion over who he should fight, but there doesn't seem to be a universally agreed upon opponent for him. Some say Iron Fist, which I would despise, some say Aang or Ryu, neither of which I care for. Well, I mean,
Poe versus Aang makes no sense. And this guy must have been pissed off when Iron Fist versus Poe came out. I hope there's a video of him raging about that.
care for Ryu, just not in a fight against Poe. My personal pick for Poe's opponent would be Emmett from the Lego Movie. Their journeys are surprisingly similar.
Nope, I don't care. I don't care. Shut the fuck up. Piss off. I am sick and tired of people asking for Emmett from the Lego Movie. Shut the fuck up.
A lot of popularity in 2020, and I think it could be a really fun fight to see the SFM team do. I get why people wouldn't like this. It takes Cell, a character with a lot of potential for fun banter, and puts him up against a character that doesn't talk. But I still think they can have a funny dynamic with Cell getting more and more pissed off at Dark Samus' silence. You can have a beam struggle.
Oh god. Fan War said the same fucking thing about Duke Nukem versus the Doomslayer. You could have Duke Nukem get annoyed that Doomslayer doesn't say anything throughout the fight. Oh my fucking god. Are you shitting me? You're literally using the same logic as Fan War, and Fan War is not exactly the smartest guy around. I've seen him make some pretty dumb arguments that make no frickin' sense. The problem with Emmett is I see him all the time in Versus discussions, and he doesn't belong in the Versus community. He can fuck off. He doesn't belong. How are you gonna make a fight between a Lego and a fucking Kung Fu Panda work? How is that supposed to work? It's a fucking Lego. It can't do shit. Emmett doesn't belong. I hope he never ends up in a Versus battle. You can't just throw any fucking character in a Versus matchup. You need some fucking standards to work with.
The planet, play around with the regeneration. There's a lot I can see them doing with this one, since both have quite a few abilities in their arsenal. I have no idea who wins.
Outside of regeneration, instant transmission, and using the boring-ass Kamehameha and self-destructing, Cell doesn't have a lot of abilities. Most Dragon Ball characters don't have that many abilities. Cell can't do jack.
Stats are so heavily disagreed upon right now, but I would really want Dark Samus to win because I think that could result in a far more creative death. Imagine Cell absorbs them and his aura glows blue with phase-on energy.
First off, I'm pretty sure, based on what I remember about Dragon Ball lore, Cell wouldn't even be able to absorb Dark Samus. Like, I thought it was explained that Cell can only absorb androids and nothing else. If he could absorb just anyone, well, why wouldn't he have just absorbed Goku? I don't know, maybe I'm missing something here, but I thought it was explained that Cell can only absorb specific things, not just anyone. Because if he could absorb just anyone, I imagine he would have absorbed Trunks, Vegeta, Goku, and all them. Maybe I'm wrong, I haven't watched DBZ since the Cell arc. But still, I'm pretty sure Cell would not be able to absorb Dark Samus.
Starts cackling at his victory, only for his laugh to be slowly warped into screams of pain as he falls from his knees, as Dark Samus corrupts him and tears him apart from the inside, nullifying his regeneration in the process while the track incorporates parts of their theme. That could be really cool. Or just have Cell win and vaporize Dark Samus, because those kinds of endings are always fun. Titan vs Homelander has so much potential for good banter. Homelander is one of my favourite characters in The Boys. His unrivaled stage presence whenever he's on screen is
what the fuck? Okay, I just blanked out for a second because this is so fucking stupid. What the fuck? I mean, I'm saying based on what I remember, wasn't it explained that he could only absorb specific things? Like, I think I can remember him absorbing energy from human beings, but I thought it was explained that one of the only few things he can absorb was like androids or something like that. Like I said, I haven't seen Dragon Ball Z in a long time, so I don't fully remember what the explanation was. But I could have sworn it was said he could only absorb androids. Like, and actually, like, gain their power. I don't take this matchup seriously. Next.
Other big matches. Imagine a really great hand-drawn fight that takes place at the top of a tower in the dead of night.
Well, that's exactly what you're going to do. Imagine it. Because Death Battle almost never does hand-drawn fights, and when they do, they look like crap. When has Death Battle ever done a hand-drawn anime fight? They never have, and they probably never will.
You can have them both try and steal a jewel, then get into a fight which takes both of them up and down the tower, which they swing around with their grappling hooks, and maybe even reveal halfway through that they were disguised as each other the whole time. It has potential to be really fun, and to top it off, it's really close to the point where physical stats almost don't matter. It was done a multiverse match, and it came down to the wire in terms of deciding the verdict. It had to be decided on factors like mindset and equipment, and I love that. That episode alone is enough to scratch my itch to see.
So once again, somebody already did it. So again, I have to ask, what's the fucking point? This is why I'm not going to be doing matchups that Death Battle already did, because it's a waste of time.
Fight covered in a versus sense, but I certainly wouldn't mind getting a really good hand-drawn fight if Death Battle decided to do it. Sans versus the
Death Battle's not going to do it, though! Do you not understand Death Battle? For someone who's a Death Battle fan, you really don't understand how Death Battle operates. They're not going to do a hand-drawn fight. They'll most likely just do some sprite garbage and move on.
Match Bensinger has apparently semi-confirmed at some point, though I've never been given a source for that, so I can't say for sure. But from how it's been described to me, it's less we're doing Sans versus Judge, and more if we used Sans, Judge would be who we'd fight. And that fight's all well and good and all that, but I'd personally prefer Sans versus Koro Sensei. At first, it seems like...
not this again! Kuro Sensei has no fucking shot. From what... Didn't I already fucking go over this one with Grand Bull? And again, why Sans versus Kuro Sensei? Why? Jesus H. Christ. And if what I've been told about Sans is true, Kuro Sensei has no chance. Because isn't Sans supposed to be like multiversal or something?
Smiles and dodging. But these are two really lax and comedic characters who are seen as physically weak, but their unrivaled speed and dodging ability makes them a nightmare to kill. They can still get serious when the situation calls for it, turning them into some of the deadliest killers in their worlds. And to top this all off, they both made a...
Okay, consider the following. Kuro Sensei exists in a world where he's the only superpowered being in existence. So yeah, of course he's going to be seen as the strongest in his universe, because there's nobody out there that can rival his power. Like, that whole thing of putting characters against other characters that have no chance against the other, now it's starting to reflect into the Death Battle fan base. Which Death Battle obviously encourages, because they want obvious fights that are easy for them to do, because then that's less work for Death Battle to have to do. Well, either way, I've always been told how Sans is super powerful, but I've never been given a consistent answer on how strong he is. But from what I've been told, every fucking character in the Undertale universe dies in like one hit. Oh really? Who? Because I've only seen like one episode of Assassination Classroom. And the only character I've ever taken a look at power scale wise is Kuro-sensei. If there is any superpowered beings, well then who are they? Because as far as I know, pretty much everyone in his universe is a human being. Just normal human being. I'm not going to lie. I haven't seen a whole lot of Assassination Classroom. I watched like one episode in my anime club, but my anime club in high school were a bunch of jackasses that would only ever watch one episode of an anime. And I haven't checked out the rest of Assassination Classroom over the years. Oh, wonderful. So assuming what you're saying is true, Kuro-sensei can't even kill Sans. Fucking lovely. These people really don't think these matchups well as thoroughly as they do. Jesus H. Christ.
Promise to a woman to protect a kid, or group of kids in Koro's case, and only ever broke those promises when the kids put innocence in harm's way. It's shockingly thematic, and I love it a lot, much more than Sans vs Judge or Koro vs Monokuma. What I'd want from this fight is for their speed to be conveyed well, a lot of fun banter, a genuinely chilling moment near the end where they both get serious, and an emotional ending since these characters' deaths were some of the...
Yeah, since when has Death Battle ever given a character an emotional ending? Seriously. Death Battle isn't really well known for all this thematic shit that you seem to expect. Like, again, you expect too much from Death Battle.
Biggest emotional moments in their respective series. I can't go too deep into this one for reasons you'll see in the coming months, hopefully, but this is the one and only Undertale episode that I really, really want to see happen. Maui vs Hercules is one of the last
I see this one all the
I
time.
really want from that Dream Season video that I did last year. I have seen Hercules since then, and while I don't love it nearly as much as Moana, I still really loved it. The fight could have some fun banter given how cocky they both are, and there could be a super large scale finisher where Hercules tosses Maui into space and he explodes into a constellation. I love this matchup so much. We haven't had a single animated movie character on Death Battle yet, and while I think Gru vs Megamind is more likely to be
a single animated character, animated movie. Why do you have to specify animated movie?
First, this is the episode I would choose in a heartbeat. And now for the big match that a lot of my returning viewers are going to be expecting. You may think I put All for One vs the Annihilator this high as a joke, but I genuinely, unironically want this episode so much.
What the fuck? What am I looking at here? I don't know who these characters
While
are.
there are still 2 matches left that I want more, this would be the match to get the biggest reaction out of me if it was revealed. And yet, I don't think I've ever really explained why it is that I want it, so let's fix that. The two have a surprising amount of connections. They're villains from modern, non-comic superhero series that started not too long apart from each other. They both wear all black, including a helmet. They terrify...
Oh my god, he actually did that whole thing of, well, they wear the same color, so have them fight. This is the thing I make fun of when I talk about how dumb Death Battle fans are. Everything terrible I say ends up being true. Some people think it's just me being a dick. No, that's just how these people are. They actually do this crap. Oh, well, they both wear black. Who cares? Since when has a character wearing the same color ever been a good connection? That's shallow and surface level. Oh god. This is about as stupid as saying, have Slender Man fight Mei Misaki because they both have white skin. Get fucked.
The other superhero in their world with their presence alone. They brainwash a kid into becoming their #1 henchman, and of course they both have the ability to steal others' superpowers and use...
Okay, so this is a mirror matchup. That's all this is. It's a fucking mirror matchup. Why waste my fucking time? Just say it's a mirror matchup.
For their own. They both also act as the final bosses of their series for a while, but are still eventually defeated long before their respective series end. There's also only one...
I really wish you Death Battle fans would understand this. Simply naming identical ditto things about these characters do not equal good frickin' connections. A good connection is a similarity, but something that also makes them different. A similarity is not take something that's identical. A fucking good connection is not take something that's identical about them. That's boring. Why do you think I've coined the term mirror matchup? Because that's what mirror matchups are based on. Oh, well, these characters are essentially the same thing, so have them fight. That's boring.
Person in both of their universes who can take them down, and both directly create the force that eventually defeats them. All for One unwittingly creates the quirk that opposes him for generations that eventually leads to his defeat, and the Annihilator's final defeat is at the hands of the character who he brainwashed and gave powers to. There is so much more to this one than I initially expected. At first I thought it was just, haha, they steal powers, but this is unironically a more thematic match than most of the fights I've seen from Death Battle nowadays. I think this is All for One's best match by far.
Okay, your definition of thematic and my definition of thematic are clearly not the same fucking thing here, dude.
Than Crollo, Lucifer, or the Mob Psycho guy, and especially Salem. Then again, I've never had those matches fully explained to me, so if there's more to those matches, let me know in the comments. I have no idea who wins this one, but I prefer it that way for now. I could talk about this match for an entire video.
Yeah, you know why you don't know who wins? Because you don't understand the concept of power scaling.
But I'll move on. There are still 2 matches left for me to go over. Saitama has many highly requested opponents.
Oh no. I have fucking goose chills. I'm being reminded of all the fucking Saitama fans I've had to put up with in the community. Oh god. This one's gonna hurt, isn't it?
Like most of them. The majority of them stomp him into the dirt, and they just generally aren't fun matchups to discuss for me. But there is one character I do really want to see him fight, and that's Captain Underpants. I get Popeye is more likely...
Huh? I mean, I kind of understand where they're going with this. They're both supposed to be parodies of superheroes. But still, what the fuck? I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, but I'm already feeling chills going up my spine.
And I'm fine with that. But if it was up to me, Captain Underpants would be the Saitama opponent they'd go with. Not only does the joke/parody character argument get cancelled out, but it's a surprisingly close match, at least relative to Saitama's other fights. Both of them are easily planet level, with Saitama punching Boros' big fuck-off laser, and Captain...
Saitama is star level. Try again. Saitama is at the very least star level. How many times do we have to go over this? The star-busting roaring cannon is actually a star level attack. How many times do we have to go over this, people? This is really starting to get on my nerves. I thought this was going to end when Seth made his video, but I guess not. Yes, Saitama is star level. Yes, he is. The fucking data book explains this. Oh my fuck. Jesus Christ, you people. Yes, he is. He is star level. Jesus fucking Christ. I swear some of you are hopeless. Yeah, I hear that all the time. Well, the book mistranslates. You know what? I hear that all the fucking time. Whenever someone mentions a data book, they always have to say, oh, it's a mistranslation. They do the same thing to Ichigo all the frickin' time. I'm not even going to bother with this. I'm just going to let Seth handle this one. I'm so sick and tired of having to explain this to people. I'm fucking tired of it.
Hey, YouTube has changed its algorithm a little bit. So if you've seen my content before, you like my stuff, but you never subscribe, please consider subscribing. You know, I always, provide legitimate content. If you'd subscribe, you don't have to, but if you enjoy my content made by Geekdom 101, I was Skyping with him, and he got a special offer from Viz, who gave him like a free One Punch Man Blu-ray to review and stuff. And inside this Blu-ray package was actually a new guide called The Secret One Punch Man Notes Compass, which is actually made by One and Yusuke Murata, and it has interviews from them.
And here's the thing. One, the guy who made One Punch Man worked on this thing. So don't try to say that it isn't legit. I'm tired of people that try to shit on data books or alternative sources that aren't the anime.
And a lot of interesting quotes and dissection of the series that we've never seen before, so I actually thought I'd get into that. So the first thing you need to know about this guide is that this guide is absolutely official. Interviews from One himself that goes over what the story is really about, hidden concept art never seen before, and things that he states.
Oh yeah, what is your source for it being wrong and cringe? It's official, and One himself worked on it. This is just like those people that said that Bleach Hellverse isn't canon because of nonsensical reasons that make no sense.
It's about the series, like battle powers and all of that. Now, the most interesting things are, of course, that the guide, when it doesn't have any author approval, will usually lowball a character. So, for example, if a character doesn't really have any stated things from the author, they'll usually try to lowball him to be safe and not step out of their boundaries. Like, for example, they say Genos can easily just...
Well, first off, the manga, I believe, was made after the anime. Plus, I would argue that the manga is somewhat irrelevant. Because what matters is what connects to the original source material the most. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. You are so stupid, Gavin. You are dumb as shit. So a character says he's going to destroy a planet, so therefore his attack must be planet level. Are you really that dense? And if you're wondering why it didn't destroy the Earth, I don't know, maybe it's because Saitama stopped the attack? Seriously, why is it that whenever people talk about One Punch Man, they become instantly fucking retarded? None of your arguments add up or make sense. Some of you people that are trying to debunk my claim are not nearly as clever as you think you are.
Destroy a building, right? They say Genos can easily destroy buildings even though he's destroyed entire mountains before, but they're trying not to step out of their boundaries. However, when the author does give his input on what an ability should be capable of, they do in fact state how strong they will be. So, for example, when they talk about Lord Boros, and by the way, there's no actual page numbers in this, so I can't give you a page number. We thought Lord Boros, his strongest attack was a Planet Buster, because, okay, the name of the attack was Planet Buster Roar Cannon. There's a guidebook that came out that said, oh, he could either destroy the surface or the entire planet of the Earth with his attack. And then the anime said, I'll just destroy you with this entire planet, and we thought that was it. That was...
Yeah, that's a problem that some people trust Granbull over Seth. Now, I'm not going to act like Seth is perfect. I've had my problems with some of his power scales before. Like when he tried to say that Kaguya was solar system level. However, Seth is right more times than Granbull. That much I can say. Also, calm down, dude. Nobody doxed you. The concept of doxing is releasing someone's personal information with malicious intent. Simply saying your name is not doxing. Also, for all these people know, that's not even your real name. For all they know, it's just some alternative fake name you go by. So chill out, dude. Ain't nobody doxing you, and nobody wants to dox you.
The limit of Boros' power. However, we actually learned something much different about Boros. Now, the interesting thing about Boros is that Boros is actually a planet buster, not in his third and final form, which the guide actually refers to third form or meteoric burst, but he's actually a planet buster in his restricted armored form. I'm going to read you an insert for this. Boros is the leader of Dark Matter, the private band that controls all of outer space. His species fought and won the battles for survival on its homeworld, a planet with the harshest of environments, and they claim to possess the greatest and regenerative powers. Boros himself boasts abnormally superior physical attributes even for his species, along with latent energy so powerful that it can blast away entire planets. He comes to Earth searching for an opponent just as strong as he is. Now this is referring to his restricted state, and it even gives a quote of his restricted state and, you know, the picture of him.
You know what this reminds me of? This reminds me of those people that try to lowball Cell by saying, Cell isn't solar system level. We never see him destroy a planet. That's literally the logic some people use. They'll say that Cell isn't planet level because we didn't see him destroy a planet, even though his attack was stopped by Gohan. Same thing here. Yeah, we didn't see him destroy the planet. You know why? Because Saitama stopped his attack. So it makes sense that it wouldn't destroy the planet, because the attack was stopped by Saitama. Why does this have to be explained? I feel like this should just be common fucking sense. It doesn't take a genius to figure this out. You people have eyeballs.
And then on the next page, it goes over more details of his second form. And by the way, destroying planets means he can destroy planets much larger than Earth, because Earth is actually unnaturally small for a planet and it's terrestrial. So his second form says, the set of armor which was used to seal in my immeasurable, irresistible power has now been broken. The function of the armor Boros wears is to limit his spectacular power, not protect him. His armor cast off and his true strength revealed. The dominator of the universe attacks Saitama. Now you can imply that this is the latent energy he was talking about from the first insert, which is fine. Either way, his first or second form is actually a planet buster. Now, the third form is where it gets very interesting.
So, can we put this fucking argument to rest now? Boros, while restricting his power with his armor, is a planet buster. It would be illogical to say that he's a planet buster at full power. Enough is enough.
Meteoric Burst is Boros' ultimate ability. One that takes his body's energy and transforms it into an overpowering kinetic force. When released, his speed and power goes beyond the physical limits of what any living being can endure. Even Saitama is sort of clobbered. So this is interesting because this...
Also, Marx, notice how it says Saitama is sort of clobbered. Not that he was clobbered. Nice job misquoting the fucking book. I refuse to believe you've even seen this book. So thanks for making yourself look like a moron.
In itself implies that Boros is actually limitless. So... what there is in One Punch Man is that every being has a limit. So when Boros uses the meteoric burst, he goes beyond the limits of any creature in existence. So you cannot reach Boros' power through training. It is completely limitless. So that means that Boros is somewhat on the same page as Saitama, which is why the guide actually goes into, you know, the strongest versus the strongest. A battle of titans that finally moves beyond one punch. It even
like, this is what I was explaining to people. Saitama is at the very least star level based on what we can gather from Boros, but he's likely much stronger than even star level. But since we've never seen his full power, we cannot be certain, so most people say he's at least star level. Yeah, you do know clobber doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means. What it means by sort of clobbered is that Boros was moving so fast that Saitama for a time just didn't react to him. He just like took the punches because he couldn't really react. Now you could make the argument that Saitama just didn't care about reacting to the attack, but it's also possible he just couldn't in that moment. So he just took the beating because he knew he could take it. Clobber doesn't always mean what you think it means. I know you probably think that clobbered means that Saitama was like beat into a bloody pulp or something. That isn't always what clobbered means.
The point, Saitama has been able to defeat even his strongest enemies with a single punch, but things are different this time around. The most interesting part is, of course, the last panel, which says Saitama finally unleashes his trump card, a serious punch. The countered Boris' ultimate collapsing star roaring cannon, which is formidable enough to obliterate a star.
There you go. Can we put this debate to rest now? Enough to obliterate a star. Are we done with this nonsensical lowball now? Are we? I swear, rather it's the One Punch Man fans or the anti-One Punch Man fans, both managed to be the biggest dumbasses I've ever seen.
And Captain Underpants fighting people who can both destroy and move the earth. I'd probably give the strength edge to Saitama, given that he can do things like this with less effort and he massively upscales from other planet level characters.
Also, it's kind of stupid to do Saitama because his story is not complete yet, so we may possibly see Saitama's full power. It would be kind of dumb to do Saitama right now.
I still don't think that'd be enough for him to win. Captain Underpants has heats of flying across the solar system that just make him way too fast for Saitama to land any big hits on. Even if he could, I still don't think he'd get the chance to, given how his typical fighting style is just to let himself get ragdolled and occasionally hit back with minimal effort. And his normal series punches would not be nearly enough to take out Captain Underpants. By the time he knows how much power is needed to take him out, he'll already be injured enough to the point where he's fighting a losing battle. But my big reason for wanting a Saitama match in general is because the ending has potential to be really emotional if done right. If Saitama loses...
Here we go again with the emotion. Why are you asking to this from Death Battle? You really think they're gonna give that to you?
You can have him die happy that he finally got the good fight that he always wanted. If he wins, you can...
So you're gonna have him get the good fight he always wanted by putting him against someone you believe that Saitama wouldn't be able to touch because he gets speed blitzed. Yeah, that makes no sense. Your logic isn't stacking up correctly. And if Captain Underpants is truly only planet level, then that means Saitama would actually win. Saitama has already beaten people that are planet level. Are you insane? Again, I don't think you thought this through.
Can get a really somber moment where he stands over his defeated opponent, realizing that he just killed the only person strong enough to challenge him. A moment like that alone could have this be a contender for my favourite death battle ever, but this still isn't my most wanted. There is still one more that's
it's trash.
But I'm gonna go over some honourable mentions first. Z Broly vs Azura could be fun. I'd hope...
This is dumb. This is fucking stupid. Broly would beat the utter living shit out of him. I think, like, I believe, like, Asura is, like, solar system level at best. Like, what the fuck? Broly is gonna fucking murder his ass. This one is just an absolute stomp. And I'm not even gonna listen to your bullshit explanation.
We could get a really good gradual build-up in scale.
Saitama is not only planet level. Shut up, I've already debunked this. I'm not going to listen to your delusions. At this point, you're just being delusional. Okay? Saitama is star level plus. This has been proven. Well, rather it's Z, Broly, or not. From what I recall, hasn't Broly always been, like, within the galaxy level ranges? I mean, I'll admit, I never got to the classic DBZ where they fought Broly. I gave up during the Majin Buu arc, but a lot of people always told me that Broly was, like, galaxy level or something. And plus, there's new Broly, who is even more powerful and can use the Super Saiyan God. So, wouldn't Asura realistically be fucked here? Plus, the logic on this matchup is that they're both angry guys. That's kind of boring. It's the same logic they used for Hulk versus Broly. Oh, they're both angry warrior guys. That's boring.
They're reaching galactic level destruction. Aaron Black versus McCree could be a great Wild West shootout with a great finisher. It's also pretty close, which I like. Inferno Cop versus X Cop would be the most chaotic episode of this side of Chuck versus Segata, and I want it so much in spite of my lack of experience with the characters, and...
Nobody's stopping you from saying anything.
Pop Fizz versus Plague Knight has so much they can do with Plague Knight's massive array of bomb combinations. And also Skylanders on Death Battle would be really cathartic for me after how much I've memed it. Rosalina versus Whis doesn't have a lot choreography-wise.
What the unholy mother of fuck is this? This has to be a joke. I refuse to accept that this is anything but a joke. Rosalina doesn't fight. And I'm pretty sure this guy... I don't even think this guy fights either, now that I think about it. I'm just going to assume this is a joke.
And it's pretty unfair, but the potential for the battle track alone is enough for me to want it. Skipper vs. Perry also falls under an animated movie battle with two characters I really like. They have a lot of fun.
What is up with this picture? Why is it so blurry? Why can't I see the characters? Okay, holding all of existence doesn't automatically equal outerversal. You do know that, right? Outerversal means you are beyond the multiverse itself. You exist outside of the multiverse. Outerversal is things like frickin' eldritch gods. I think you're highballing a bit there and taking something out of context. Simply saying I hold all of existence in the palm of my hand wouldn't automatically equal outerversal. In fact, wouldn't that be the same as shoot, what was the example I was going to use? Oh yeah, wouldn't that be the same as a Fate fan trying to say that Gilgamesh has a sword that can destroy all of creation, so therefore he must be outerversal? I mean, if Gilgamesh isn't outerversal, what makes you think this guy is? And Gilgamesh has a sword that can end all of creation.
So maybe this could be a good fight for the SFM team to do? Soldier 76 vs Mr. Incredible is a match I talked for a decent amount of time in my Overwatch matchups video. Go watch that one if you want the
Can Overwatch just die? I'm tired of Overwatch characters. When is that game gonna go away? When is it gonna go away? I'm so sick and tired of Overwatch. No, that's not how Outerversal works. Outerversal is a bit more complicated than that. Also, him saying he holds all of existence in the palm of his hand could just be an exaggeration. Villains are well known for exaggerating their power and making themselves out to be way stronger than they actually are. Just saying.
Details, but I seem to have already convinced so many people that it's a good matchup, and that makes me really happy to see.
Really? Because you're not convincing me that this is a good matchup.
Ultron Sigma vs Dark Khan is one of the few remaining Marvel vs DC fights that I actually want. There's so much potential to get creative with the space and reality stones, and it involves analysing completely different...
Oh my god, enough with Marvel vs. DC. No more, I'm tired of it. I'm so glad they did Ultron vs. Sigma, because then that means we don't have to get trash like this. Or get or get fucking Ultron versus Brainiac, which there's probably some people out there that suggest that. Enough with Marvel vs. DC. I'm tired of it.
Continuities of Marvel and DC, so the outcome isn't predictable as sin. Alright, honourable mentions are done. Time for my number 1 pick. And my most wanted death battle is...
I hate Overwatch because it's overrated. It's over fucking rated. I'm tired of Overwatch. All I ever hear about is Overwatch this, Overwatch that. It's so fucking overrated and it needs to fucking die.
Deoxys versus Boros. This isn't a match with super deep connections or anything. They're all fairly surface level.
Oh my god. Okay, Deoxys would beat the unholy mother of fuck out of Boros. This is not a fair matchup on any level, and there are no good connections here. This is stupid. This is the epitome of... I'm gonna go out on a limb here, and he's probably gonna say, well, I like these characters, so have them fight. This is bullshit. Legendary Pokemon are extremely overpowered. Most legendary Pokemon would beat the shit out of Boros. This is just so disrespectful to Deoxys. Deoxys could just fucking snap its non-existent fingers and Boros will die.
Regenerating aliens that briefly threaten to destroy the world before being quickly disposed of. My main reason for wanting this is just because of my connections to both series. One Punch Man is my all-time favourite show. And
there you go. He likes Pokemon, he likes One Punch Man. Have them fight. Haven't I explained the problem with basing a matchup based on, well, I like these characters? That doesn't make for a compelling thing. Okay, I have connections to Kimimorra and Ulquiorra. They're two of my all-time favorite anime characters of all time. And guess what? Kimimorra shouldn't be anywhere near Ulquiorra. This is stupid. You suck. Stop coming up with matchup ideas.
and Captain Underpants fighting people.
Oh great, real classy. My comment's gone. Either YouTube deleted it or this dude deleted it. Although, I'm willing to bet that YouTube probably deleted it because I used the dreaded R word. I fucking hate you, YouTube. I already did Kimimorra versus Ulquiorra on Blood Royale, and it was a disaster. The episode was deleted a long time ago. All I did the animation, and even then the animation sucked, because I enlisted the help of Fan War, and Fan War was lazy about it. So yeah, that was a frickin' disaster. Oh dear. Sometimes I get mentally exhausted dealing with these bad matchups. I can't with some of these people. Everything terrible I say about everything I end up saying about these people is true. This is what I mean by everything I say about Death Battle and its fan base is true. I don't say it because I'm an asshole. I say it because it's true. Like, yeah, I make a lot of jokes about how dumb the fans can be sometimes. I make a lot of jokes at the expense of Death Battle, but they always end up being true. And Homelander versus that guy from Mega Man, that is just so stupid. So, just because they're both heroes that actually turn out to be villains, that means they should fight? Really? Come on. Like, give me a frickin' break. How powerful is He-Man? Really, really fucking powerful. The Sword of Grayskull alone exists on a multiversal level. And He-Man gets his strength from the Sword of Grayskull. This was confirmed in a comic book panel. He-Man is absurdly fucking powerful. This is why a lot of people were calling bullshit on Wonder Woman defeating She-Ra. Because She-Ra also can call upon the power of the Sword of Grayskull. And She-Ra would beat the unholy mother of shit out of Wonder Woman. If you remember my review, a lot of people weren't happy with She-Ra losing. And I mentioned this a little bit. I talked about the comics and how the Sword of Grayskull exists on a multiversal level. So both He-Man and She-Ra are ridiculously powerful. Honestly, I don't think they'll ever do Madara versus Aizen. At least I hope they'll never do that. Okay, let me see what you're all going on about. Last time I checked up on Jar, I didn't hear anything about a Aizen versus Madara video, so I'm not sure what you guys are referencing. But I'll look it up. Oh, so Jar's the one doing this fast fictional fight stuff. Okay, that explains a lot then. Because he literally uploaded this a couple days ago. I'll still never understand the obsession with Aizen versus Madara. It's such a lame matchup. Yeah, Jar has always been a versus debater. He's been a versus debater for about as long as I've known his channel. Jar once made a video completely owning that moron Team Gohan fighter. And he's also made lots of videos power scaling other characters ranging from Ichigo to Asura from Asura's Wrath. I think he even did Cthulhu one time. Yeah, Jar is a versus debater, although he's not the greatest versus debater in the world because he got completely owned by Sir Splash. I'll be right back. I'm back. Sorry about this. I have no clue what to expect from this series, by the way. I don't know if I want to comment too much on it, though, because I already repeat myself so much when it comes to Madara versus Aizen. I always say what's wrong with this matchup, but I'll keep it short. Aizen is stronger and faster than Madara. Aizen has better hack abilities. Aizen cannot die, and Madara has no means to kill Aizen. That's it. Game over. Even if you want to say that Madara is immune or resistant to hypnosis because of the Sharingan, which I've already debunked in previous streams, like, that's not much of an argument. Aizen still wins. Remember, Aizen regenerated from having his body completely obliterated. And you're going to try to tell me that Madara's going to beat him? Really?
The Naruto versus Bleach war has been going on since the inception of creation. Both sides have held a heated rivalry that has brought forth the rage from the inner depths of their weeaboo souls.
And I'm sick and tired of the flame war between Naruto and Bleach. It's a garbage flame war, and it's clear to everyone that Bleach is better than Naruto anyway. Thanks for that, fucking Watch Mojo, you fucking shitheads. This flame war is mostly the fault of Watch Mojo. Because of course those geniuses would be behind this.
Both parties have displayed arguments of passion in defense of their favorite franchise. But today, I am here to put an end to the debate and decide who would win the long-awaited battle of the legendary shinobi Madara Uchiha against the Shinigami and the former captain of the 5th Division, Sosuke Aizen. And with me today to share in my inevitable demise that will occur as a result of a controversial video like this is a new up-and-coming Naruto power scaler on YouTube, known simply as Noodles. Not only is Noodles a good friend of mine,
I might have
but he
to
also
check this
happens
guy
to be
out.
infamous in the versus battle community for his vast knowledge on Naruto, and I will need his help to handle a toxic fight right behind the Goku versus Superman debate.
Thank you. Madara versus Aizen is such a bullshit fight. Okay, good. The video's playing. My phone is just lagging behind because I'm trying to keep an...
Will be satisfied with the outcome of a fight like this, because there will always be some bias. But anyways, here's Noodles with all you need to know about Madara Uchiha.
What's going on, guys?
Yeah, I'll keep an eye on Noodles. To call Ruby entertainment in and of itself is incorrect. Ruby looks like a fucking college project that somehow got mainstream attention. Ruby isn't even shitty enough to be considered frickin' Michael Bay entertainment. It's just trash.
So, to introduce Madara Uchiha to all of the Bleach fans and or young Naruto fans out there, Madara is possibly the most significant and major villain throughout the entire series of Naruto. He was a legendary leader of the infamous Uchiha clan and partially founded the Hidden Leaf Village, or the most prevalent region in the Naruto-verse. He founded the village alongside his rival Hashirama Senju with the intention of bringing about an era of peace. When the two couldn't agree on how to achieve that peace, they fought for control of the village, a conflict that ended in Madara's death.
Man, there's nothing more peaceful than trying to kill your best friend.
Many years later, another Uchiha named Obito would go under the guise and name of Madara and would eventually start the Fourth Great Shinobi World War. Many years later, Madara would be revived during the final arc of Naruto and lead the largest assault the world had ever witnessed. The war would entail a massive final battle between Naruto and Madara, which would decide the fate of the planet. However, Madara would meet his demise at an unexpected foe.
Kaguya! When I said lend me a hand, I didn't mean like that!
Madara himself is one.
That always makes me laugh. Naruto fans talk about how amazing Madara is, and then he just gets killed by Zetsu. Arguably the weakest member of the Akatsuki. To put into perspective just how pathetic this is, this would be like if fucking Aizen got killed by Arenero. That's what that would be like.
One of the most highly regarded characters in the entire series, both in writing and power. Madara himself is at one point a contender for the title of Hokage, the strongest shinobi of the Hidden Leaf Village.
What are you doing?
His only rival to that title would be, as mentioned before, Hashirama Senju, a man who is described as having unparalleled strength during his time. Outside of these two ninja, there were basically no other opponents of their era who would even have a remote chance of defeating them. Even after the era of Madara and Hashirama, Madara's name still held so much, just the mention of it caused the great nations to join together to defeat the titanic threat. There are many things that make Madara dangerous, as he has a plethora of hacks and abilities that have devastating outcomes for his enemies, but he also holds monstrous physical capabilities that can deliver lethal attacks with blinding speed and massive destructive power. I will now give an in-depth analysis of these capabilities and describe many of his combat-applicable attributes. We will begin with Madara's physical...
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what to do about the stream lagging. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm sorry. I can't even tell when the stream is lagging because it's so I don't know what to do, guys. I'm sorry. There's nothing I can do.
Such as speed, power, and durability, and then we'll transition into his hacks and then finish it off with any other attribute not previously mentioned. For clarification, there are multiple different variations of Madara, many of which are stronger or weaker than each other. The Madara we will be using in this video is the most common, Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan Madara, or EMS Madara, more specifically the one that fought.
I don't know what Wi-Fi I have. My roommate never told me.
This Madara in particular has numerous speed feats that place him amongst the peak of the verse, some of which include casually reacting to and dismantling the 4th Raikage, a man who is capable of moving at the speed of light with his lariat. This would at least give Madara faster than light reaction speed, but this is by far nowhere near his best showing, as this is a severely downplayed Raikage. The Raikage is able to perform these light speed attacks in base, and he has this form called the Lightning Cloak, which actually amplifies all of his physical statistics, but most specifically, it amplifies his speed. It is stated in the 3rd data book that he also boasts speed on par with a Yellow Flash.
What? Yellow Flash? As in Yellow Flash from DC Comics?
Alright, Jar, you can stop interjecting with your lame jokes now. This Minato has a calculation that actually places him around 50...
Bleach is not featless. That is a bullshit claim based on nothing. It's based on idiot Naruto fans that don't understand the universe. Bleach has a shit ton of feats, okay? Ichigo nearly destroyed hell. Don't give me that bullshit. Bleach has an epic crap ton of feats. Some very overpowered ones. Stop trolling, Plague Doctor. You're not clever.
Times the speed of light. Even these speed feats do not enter the upper echelon of Madara's scaling, as he is also capable of slapping away the Nine-Tails Chakra Mode Naruto, a character who is shown to be around 73 times faster than the Raikage, which even if we assume that the Raikage is only moving at the speed of light, which is massive downplay, this would mean Madara would have speed scaling that is around 73 times the speed of light. This is impressive because Madara himself is stated to be rivaled by the Nine-Tailed Beast in power, but this is actually also a downplayed interpretation of the statement, as Madara himself, inside of his Susanoo, was capable of withstanding a tailed beast bomb from the Nine-Tails, a being who is not only significantly superior to all of the other Biju, but is also stated to be capable of turning the world to ash and having earth-shattering destructive power. This would mean that Madara's perfect Susanoo rivals the Nine-Tails in power and can withstand planetary levels of attacks.
Madara is capable of dropping a meteor from the sky that can create massive magnitudes of force that generate from country to continental levels of energy.
The main ability that I believe will play the largest factor in this fight is Madara's Genjutsu, funnily enough, which is basically a mind-related illusion that forcibly...
Also, I find it so rich that Death Battle says that Naruto is only moon level when you look at all this stuff. This just proves my point of what I've said in previous videos about Naruto vs. Ichigo, that Death Battle did not properly power scale and research either Naruto or Bleach for that matter. Because to say that Naruto is moon level is bullshit. I hate Naruto, and even I'll tell you that saying that Naruto is moon level is just outright incorrect. Also, to say that Kaguya is not planet level would also be incorrect as well.
The consciousness of his opponents.
Get out of my head! Get out of my head!
Madara's Genjutsu is by far one of the most potent within the entire Naruto universe, as he is described in the 3rd data book as being the only Uchiha that was capable of mind-controlling the Nine-Tailed Fox that was mentioned earlier. This is impressive because the Uchiha clan is basically a family of expert illusionist and Genjutsu users that are practically unrivaled by the rest of the verse. This would even include the likes of Itachi and Shisui, both of which who have Genjutsu that are described as being the most powerful Genjutsu within the verse. Itachi possesses the Tsukiyomi, which quite literally projects an infinite-sized nightmare reality within people's minds. And Shisui possesses the Kodomatsu Kami, which is described as just being the ultimate, most potent genjutsu ever. This is also supported by the fact that the Infinite Tsukiyomi, which is basically just the normal Tsukiyomi reflected upon the moon, projects entire universal spaces within the minds of all of its victims, tricking them into believing that the dream cast upon them is their reality. The final ability that I will mention is that Madara has access to a jutsu called...
Well, that explains a lot why the Naruto fans think that fucking Sasuke is universal. Because they take statements like that out of context. Oh, well, it says it creates like infinite universes, so therefore he must be universal. Even though all it means is that it just creates an illusion that's so strong, it feels like their real universe to them.
Izanagi is basically a genjutsu that allows the user to change one's fate. It makes a connection between a desired reality of the user and the true reality. Madara using this jutsu would be capable of altering his own fate, particularly his death. So for whatever reason, if Madara was so to be killed during this fight, he would be able to rewrite his own death and virtually resurrect himself. This was the jutsu that he actually used to survive his battle with Hashirama. Although seemingly useful, it does come with a major downflaw, that flaw being that in order for him to utilize this ability, he would also be required to sacrifice one of his eyes. But even with that caveat, it could still prove to be a very decisive factor in the fight.
Madara also possesses the Sharingan as mentioned before, and it's the same Sharingan that grants him precognition to premeditatively predict his opponent's movements. So seeing as Madara is already an extremely skilled and experienced in close quarters combat, this would give him a massive advantage, as he would be able to see all of his opponent's movements before they even were able to attack. Madara also has his own transformation, Sage Mode Madara. In this form he can use Truth-Seeking Orbs, which are orbs that can kill immortal zombies. He can use the Light Fang, an attack that moves at, well, the speed of light. All of his physical attributes, like his strength, durability, and speed, are all enhanced in this form. And let's not forget about the Limbo clones he can use, which are like the Shadow clones but invisible. He also has the Renegon, which gives him a whole slew of other abilities. But we went on long enough for the Madara portion for this video already.
But anyway, that basically sums up the Madara portion of the video.
The Narutoverse has some really good world building, and all of the characters have detailed backstories, with some characters having entire family trees and clans. Bleach, on the other hand, is somewhat an opposite, having very few characters with fleshed out backstories. But Sosuke Aizen takes this to the extreme, being an enigmatic being with virtually no history behind him. But this makes him all the more interesting. The backstory the reader comes up with will always be more interesting than having one simply explained. Bleach has a lot fewer feats than Naruto. Some people will even say that it's featless, which certainly isn't true, but this part of the video certainly will be shorter than the Madara Uchiha section.
He was the captain of the 5th Division and was beloved by all of his men. Aizen, a master manipulator who tricked everyone for years, is possibly the most intelligent character in all of Bleach, and is capable of formulating plans years in advance before he inevitably enacts upon them.
I'm a good liar. I'm a very good liar. But you're better.
A simple way to scale speed for Bleach characters is via the use of the ability Sero, or Negation, both of which have statements of being light or variations of light. Negation is slightly less impressive, but there are numerous characters shown capable of dodging the beam at relatively light speeds. The Sero is stated to be spiritual light in the data book, but more importantly, there is another ability named Bala, which is described as being weaker than Sero, but also stated to be 20 times faster. Ichigo was able to combat and react to a Bala, which of course would grant him at least 20 times faster than light speed. Ichigo is later outsped and blitzed by base Aizen. This would obviously directly scale Aizen above Ichigo at this point in the series, and it doesn't even cover the full extent of his speed capabilities, as he also has multiple forms with significant...
Like, Bleach characters are near unrivaled when it comes to speed. Like I mentioned before, even Aren Yero, the weakest member of the Espada, who stalemated with Rukia, was light speed.
significant boost to both his speed and power.
But there are some shortcuts we can take. For example, seeing as Aizen could tank blows from people that can withstand his own attacks, his durability should be similar to his attack power. Like his Hado 54 this word. A fire spell that erases the existence of what it burns.
Aizen can use the Kyoki Suigetsu. By looking at a sword, Aizen can place you under his hypnotism. It allows him to make illusions similar to the Uchiha Genjutsu mentioned earlier. Aizen is at this point actually fused with his Zanpakuto, which means that the only requirement to activate this ability is that you need to look at his body. This, although seemingly effective, has some pretty major flaws, being that it does not work if you are blind or if you grab his sword. Aizen also has immortality and regeneration. The actual extent of this immortality is unknown, but it could potentially be ageless, given that Aizen with the Hogokyu could regenerate from getting his body destroyed by the final Getsuga Tensho.
It is stated that Aizen doesn't even really need to use the power of his Zanpakuto.
While it is true that there's not a limit given as to his immortality, it is stated quite clearly that Aizen simply is incapable of being killed. This was why they locked him up instead of executing him. They couldn't execute him. The Central 46 straight up admitted this, that they just couldn't kill him. You just can't kill him. Your only hope is to erase him from existence, because he just won't die. Even if it could be argued that you could possibly kill him if you destroyed his body, he's already proven he can regenerate from having his body completely obliterated.
To be an absolute powerhouse. If he used his mind control abilities to win every fight, the Espada would not have respected him.
Gin has a monologue about how arguing that Aizen needs Kyoko Sugetsu is a massive underestimation of his abilities, and it's confirmed that if Aizen were to use Kyoko Sugetsu to win all his fights, that the Espada would have never respected him enough to follow him.
So yes, his spiritual pressure alone scares the members of the Espada. Espada number 8's intelligence is nothing compared to his. Espada number 2 has the ability to rapidly age things, and there are at least 3 more Espada who are on a similar power level to him, and all of them are afraid of Aizen. Soifan, one of the strongest captains, has a Shikai that if she taps you in the same place twice, it causes instant death.
That's another thing that blows my mind whenever Naruto fuckboys try to say that Bleach is a weak universe or Madara would defeat Aizen. Aizen was able to stop an instant death move. Soifon's instant death move didn't even phase Aizen. He just laughed it off. Are you people starting to get the big picture here with Bleach? Bleach is not a universe to be fucked with. Just because Bleach might not have a massive quantity of feats, what feats are there exceed greatly in quality. Quality over quantity. Just because Naruto might have more feats doesn't necessarily mean jack.
Was able to suppress her own hacks ability merely with his own spiritual pressure. Even Shinji's hacks, which were similar to Aizen's abilities, were absolutely worthless against him. You know, in Smash Brothers, there's that one mushroom thing that shoots out that gas that causes your character to go in separate directions than where you want them to go? Well, Shinji's Zanpakuto ability is like that, but on steroids. It confuses your perception of right to left, up and down, and forward and backwards. But with all of that out of the way, let's watch the first fight of fast fictional fights between Madara and Sosuke Aizen.
Of course it's sprite animation. My disappointment knows no bounds. You couldn't have found someone that could have drawn something more anime-like? Ugh. And you don't even have the right Aizen here, so what are you even doing? This is why using sprites for this fight is dumb, because the sprites for Aizen are heavily outdated. And they were made before the Espada arc even happened.
Come to your senses.
A brawl is surely brewing. And
I'm not done yet. Well then, here. Too easy.
Does it look like I know what's happening? I don't know. Why does some of these animations have to be so repetitive for just to waste a few seconds?
You did quite well.
Why does he just go straight into that form? I don't get that. Oh wow. Imagine my shock. Aizen ends up winning. I mean, this debate was settled well before Jar even got a hold of it, thanks to Seth and Clyde. Oh wait, the fight's still going? Are they doing this false ending crap? Okay.
Now I understand that there are going to be several Bleach wankers who are going to say that Aizen is universal to multiversal. Based on
who the fuck is gonna say that? I have never... Oh my, never fucking mind.
vague or nebulous statements from the anime.
But anyway, you can highball Bleach all you want. We can always do a similar thing to Naruto, such as Kage creating alternate time spaces, which are implied to be parallel universes. Same thing with Obito's Kamui dimension. You could argue it with Orochimaru creating universes inside himself. Even Madara has multiple statements of creating universal spaces within people's minds and things like that. So there's tons of stuff to place Naruto characters at that level.
Some people would say that Aizen's black coffin is the same level as a black hole because it was warping time and space. However, Madara and people who scale below him have dealt with black hole-like techniques before, such as Kakashi's Kamui used on Deidara without him getting immediately one-shot, and Might Guy's 8th Gate of Death, which was warping time and space around him. Others say Huatch, or however you say his name, was universal because he was going to destroy the Soul Society. However, you can also say
no,
that
that's
Kaguya
not how
also-
that works. The Soul Society is a parallel world to Earth. It says it quite clearly. I don't know where they get this, the Soul Society is a universe. I've never understood that.
scales to this level. as she was able to destroy the Genesis dimension, which is more explicit than Chihuahua's statement, which could just be planet level. But it was more than just that in the video games and novels. And no, it being called the Genesis dimension doesn't make it planet level. Yes, someone actually made this argument.
I'm a fan of both Naruto and Bleach, and I can say from experience that each have their high balls and low balls that people seem to cling to. The goal when power scaling these verses is to try and come to the most consistent interpretation of each character, and attempt to base solid conclusions off of evidence that you find.
But what it really comes down to is not their physical characteristics, but their mental abilities. Yes, while Aizen was able to resist an illusion which flipped his sense of space, that level of illusion is fodder in the Naruto verse, taking into account what basic shinobis can do. Madara can create an entire multiverse with his illusions, where he controls the laws and appearance of whatever universes he creates.
Yes, it was impressive that Aizen could use his illusions on Yuha's precognition, which does allow him to see into infinite possible futures, but Madara can create multiple billions of infinite-sized universes within people's minds. I don't think it's that quite comparable.
The winner is Madara Uchiha.
Yeah, I still call bullshit on that. In fact, sorry, but no. And I'm not just saying this because I'm a Bleach fan. This is objectively wrong. And even then, I'm a little bit skeptical on if that whole creating billions of universes within people's minds should be scalable to actual universes. Because they're still supposed to be illusions at the end of the day. They don't actually exist. It's not the same as creating a literal universe. That just comes off to me as a massive highball. Maybe I'll give this a legit review, but that fight was just garbage. Yes, they did. And you can be glad Madara would win all... You could be glad Madara won all you want. Realistically, that would never happen. Because again, Aizen does not have the means to... God damn it. Madara does not have the means to kill Aizen. Here's one thing that must be understood. Aizen's hypnosis is described as absolute. It may have been referred to as perfect hypnosis in the anime, but in the manga it was referred to as simply absolute hypnosis. The reason why he's able to so casually neg other forms of hypnosis is because they're all inferior to his by default, which control all senses, including 6 senses, and can even work on people with precognition. Of course it is. And again, I would still argue that Madara would not be able to kill Aizen. The most he'd be able to do is just put him in a dumb hypnosis. But that wouldn't really be the same as beating him. Also, there's another thing that was not mentioned by these two, and it actually kind of pisses me off. They don't mention that the Hogyoku is not only able to neg hack abilities, but it will protect its master. Seth and Clyde covered this. And they mentioned that realistically speaking, even if Madara could get a hack ability on Aizen, the Hogyoku would protect him and neg its effects. And the Hogyoku is extremely powerful. The fact that they barely even covered the Hogyoku pisses me off. Based on how they depicted it, they would have you believe that all the Hogyas give him the ability to transform, but it does so much more than that. The Hogyoku exists on its own realm of power. Yeah, even if you could argue Madara sealing Aizen, that's not the same as killing him, thus that's not still a win. Also, it's debatable that he'd even be able to seal Aizen at all. Yeah, Aizen has been sealed before, but that's not the same as killing Aizen. So again, that's kind of a moot argument. Plus, it's arguable that Aizen would be able to find a way out of it anyway. Just like when you found a way out of the fucking ceiling in his chair. So that's kind of a pointless argument as well. Like I said, Seth and Clyde already covered this, and they did a much better job. I feel like they didn't cover as much as they should have. And that's a problem for me. Again, Aizen can neg literal instant death abilities. There's nothing Madara has in his arsenal that would be much of a threat to him. Sure, you might be able to make the argument that his hypnosis abilities are more powerful if you do go off of the whole, well, he creates billions of universes and multiverses within people's minds. Although that seems a little bit sus to me, and I'm going to have to look into that. And I'm pretty sure in one of my previous streams, I already explained alongside someone who joined me in the stream that the Infinite Tsukiyomi and the Sharingan wouldn't even be a threat to Aizen because he'd be able to just avoid its effects. Because the Sharingan is not foolproof. It can be avoided and has been avoided. Even Deidara, who is far from a strong Naruto character, was able to avoid the effects of Sasuke's Sharingan. I would say neither is debatable. Naruto should not have beaten Ichigo, and Madara would never realistically defeat Aizen. And again, I hate that they spend more time focusing on the highballs of the morons in the Bleach community. Like, both the Bleach and the Naruto fans have their highballers. Don't waste your time even addressing those people. Just focus on the actual strength of the characters. Again, this is just bullcrap. I would pull up the Aizen versus Madara video done by Seth and Clyde, but it's like 50 minutes long. And I don't want to stream for too long because my little brother wanted me to give him a call. But yeah, maybe I'll dedicate a video to this. Maybe I'll see if I can bring it to Seth and Clyde's attention and see what they think of it. Because that was just really, really bad. They gave way more attention to Naruto than they did to Bleach. And the ending was just confusing. Not to mention, I'm skeptical about the Sharingan being superior than Kyoka Suigetsu. Which Kyoka Suigetsu is far more than just an illusion Zanpakuto. It does so much more. They barely even covered the half of what Kyoka Suigetsu is fully capable of. Aizen says that the Kyoka Suigetsu is able to manipulate all of your senses. He can manipulate anything's mass, taste, form, and shape to perfectly replicate that. He said he could appear to make a fly. He said he can make a fly appear to be a dragon, or a marsh a flower bed. And it works by manipulating the user's senses, not necessarily creating simple illusions. To the people who are under the effects of Kyoka Suigetsu, it is real to them. He is able to manipulate their perception of reality itself. So yeah, I would argue, don't watch this video. It was terrible. Just go check out Seth and Clyde's video. I'm sure Jar and Noodles meant well, but I have my suspicions about the legitimacy of their power scales, especially given how much attention they give to Naruto versus Bleach. They try to say that, well, there's just not enough feats. I'm sorry, but I have to call bullshit on that. Not to mention, there are certain things they don't even address at all, such as the Hogyoku, which is a huge factor. Yeah, not to mention, I could pull up plenty of Bleach YouTubers outside of Clyde that would completely prove Noodles and Jar wrong. Maybe I'll do that if I can. Maybe I'll bring them on a live stream if I can get the attention of someone like Clyde or maybe some other really knowledgeable Bleach channels. Because this is just bullcrap on so many levels. I feel like they purposefully ignored certain things. Yeah, like, seriously, if Datara can avoid the effects of the Sharingan, you expect me to believe Aizen wouldn't be able to pull this off? Datara is weak as shit. Datara's barely stronger than Kimimorra. In fact, I'm pretty sure even Kimimorra's stronger than Datara. Get fucking real here, guys. In fact, I'm pretty sure, go check out my stream that I did a while back where me and one of my old friends covered Madara versus Aizen. We also covered Jigsaw versus Light Yagami. I'm pretty sure me and him pulled up evidence that debunks this whole Sharingan thing, because there are ways to avoid the effects of the Sharingan. And I do believe I covered it in that stream. In fact, let me see if I can look this up right quick. Let me see here. Because I'm pretty sure, I know for a fact I've already debunked this, because Naruto fans always say, but the Sharingan, but the Sharingan. That's all they ever have to say. Well, this is kind of funny. I randomly found this CBR video called 10 Ways the Sharingan Ruined the Naruto series. That's actually kind of funny, I won't lie. Even though CBR sucks, but that's pretty funny. Let's see here. "10 ways to beat the Sharingan or Byakugan." Let's see what this says. Number 1. since the above-mentioned bloodline limits user sights, one can use the method Zabuza used when fighting Kakashi, which is to use some kind of jutsu to make mist appear. However, since it would require quite a bit of chakra to make the mist thick enough, and since you obviously won't be able to see anything as well, it would not be entirely... Okay, let's move on to the next one then. Do something about eyes. For example, if you should succeed in poking or gouging out the eyes, then the Sharingan / Byakugan user would be helpless against you. However, since the process of just getting near enough to do that would enable the Byakugan user, blah 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 blah, some kind of weapon, throw something in the air which irritates the eyes. Okay, that seems quite obvious. Attack from behind or from below, where you should be out of the Sharingan user's line of vision. Blindfold them. Let's see. Use some kind of jutsu which will drain them of chakra. Attack by surprise. Use some kind of distraction. Attack when they're sleeping. Okay, some of these I feel are just kind of obvious. But I'm pretty sure this isn't the source I used in that stream. Let's see if I can find it again. If I can't find it, I would just encourage you all to check out that stream, because I do remember looking up a source that went over ways to avoid the effects of the Sharingan. But I would still argue that the Hogyoku alone would be enough to shut down the effects of any hypnosis. Oh well. I'll come back to it another time. Let's see, the Renegon. I don't know, let me see what it says. In fact, what drives me nuts is they say that hypnosis like Shinji's is fodder in the Naruto universe. Well, guess what? That type of hypnosis is fodder to fucking Aizen, for God's sake. Also, Death Battle absolutely got the results of Master Chief versus Doomslayer wrong. I've seen videos that explain how Death Battle was wrong. There's already some YouTubers that have debunked that. So, once again, imagine my shock, Death Battle is incorrect again. Yeah, Doomslayer would whoop Master Chief's ass. That kind of goes without saying. I don't know where Death Battle got in their heads that Master Chief wins. I mean, they had to have Master Chief break the rules of his own universe just to be able to kill the Doomslayer, and it was embarrassing. Oh wow, imagine my shock. And I find it funny that Boomstick tries to say, this is my favorite death battle of all time. Bullshit, it sucked and you know that it sucked. Yeah, I mean, the fact that Aizen describes his own hypnosis as absolute says quite a lot to me. Let's see here. And again, just that whole thing of creating universes with his illusion effects, something about that doesn't seem right to me. Because I feel like if that were a thing, I know for certain that Seth would have brought that up at some point. So again, I'll definitely do some research into this, and if I find out that Noodles was wrong about this, then I'm going to come after him. Because something about that just screams highball to me. Oh, he can create billions of universal... he can create billions of universe and people... God damn it. He can create billions of universes in the minds of people. Yeah, but aren't they still illusions all the same? I'm pretty sure they're not actual fucking universes. Like, I swear, they would have you believe that Madara is literally creating universes. Which would be inconsistent with the power of Kaguya, who is only planet level at most. So that doesn't add up. Well, I don't know. I'll definitely do some, well, here's the thing. Knowing Jar's history with people like Sir Splash, who, by the way, is friends with Seth, I imagine Sir Splash or Seth might come after these two. Because Jar has already been humiliated by Splash before. I remember watching that. I watched a debate between those two. It was embarrassing. Jar got absolutely fucking obliterated. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the fact that these so-called universes are just illusions being created in the minds of the victim doesn't mean it's a literal universe. Like, for example, if I go to sleep and my brain conjures up an alternate universe within some kind of, like, dreamlike state, does that mean that it's an actual real universe that exists? No. This is on the same level as saying, well, Freddy Krueger can create a universe in the dream world, so therefore he's universal. No, that is not how that fucking works. These are illusions. Illusions are not things that actually fucking exist. I feel like this is just a fucking pointless highball by a potential Naruto fan. He can try to say he loves Bleach all he wants, but I'm skeptical about that, especially if it's true that the only thing he covers is fucking Naruto. Even Seth, who is a self-proclaimed Naruto fan, covered a lot of different series, ranging from Death Note, to Marvel, to DC, to One Punch Man. He even has covered JoJo's Bizarre Adventure before, when he debunked Death Battle's bullshit, Jotaro versus Kenshiro, which I need to get around to reviewing that sometime. I know my first review of it was a joke review, but I am going to seriously cover that episode, because that might be one of the worst episodes they've ever done in terms of research and their fake calculations that they make up. But yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just so fucking skeptical about this. There's just something about this just screams red flag in my head. Yeah, so once again, another most likely failed series that's just going to fall down the same path as shows like Fan War. Like, the fact that all Jar could muster up is some sprite animation says a lot to me. Jar's a pretty big YouTuber and has worked with a lot of different people. You mean to tell me he couldn't get in touch with an animator? I mean, if Seth and Clyde can get legitimate animators to work on their Naruto versus Ichigo, then what excuse does Jar have? Hell, they probably could have gone on Fiverr or something and found someone. Like, finding animators is not that difficult. You don't have to do everything sprite-based, honestly. Also, why not just use the 3D models from Jump Force? Why not just use those? Like, I'm definitely gonna have to do some more investigation into that. I could be wrong, but did Kaguya life? What is that even supposed to mean? Did Kaguya life? But yeah. I guess maybe I'll cut it off here for now. Maybe I'll try to see if I can cover something tomorrow, like the Death Battle Wiki or something. Okay, if that's true that Noodles has never read the Bleach manga, then as far as I'm concerned, he's destroyed any credibility he had. Seth and Clyde covered everything from the anime to the manga to the data books. They left no stone unturned. That's why I highly recommend checking out Seth and Clyde's video on Madara vs. Aizen rather than that. In fact, if Jar gets massively downvoted by you guys, I'm not even going to apologize for that, because if what I'm hearing is true about Noodles, then he probably has it coming. And Jar has already proven that he's not the greatest versus debater in the world. He's better than Death Battle, he's better than Teen Gohan Fighter, but that's not saying much. Because Teen Gohan Fighter and Death Battle are some of the worst of the worst. You have to try really hard to be worse than those guys. And you'll see what I mean when I make my tier ranker video covering all the different versus debaters, including myself. I guess now I'll have to add Noodles to the list of versus debaters to check out. Because there's a lot of versus debaters on my list that I need to check out. I don't even know where to begin. I've been kind of overwhelmed lately. I don't know where to start. I already said there will be a Poe versus Iron Fist review. I just haven't gotten the script finished for it yet. because I was working on other stuff. And I wanted to get the Steven Universe video out first because I didn't want anyone asking me if I'm going to review Steven Universe versus Star. I'm not going to do that. I refuse to even watch it. But Poe versus Iron Fist will come in time. And the only reason I'm even doing it is because I feel bad that I'm not going to be covering Star versus Steven, and Poe versus Iron Fist turned out to actually be halfway decent. So I feel like I might as well review it. So, and for the most part, I have said that I'm going to cover any kind of versus debater that has any kind of reputation and influence in the community. You know? So, because if I covered every versus debater, that would be a problem. So I'm just going to cover any ones that have reputation. Oh yeah, absolutely. In fact, I hope Clyde, Seth, or Sir Splash catches wind of this. It would be so hilarious if Jar got his ass kicked by Sir Splash again. That'll be so fucking funny. That'll make my day if that happens. Because the first time he went up against Sir Splash was embarrassing. In fact, the fact that at no point did Jar even think to recruit Seth or Clyde for this pisses me off. I'm sure they would have said yes to this. Or you could have at least just jacked some talking points from Seth and Clyde's video, but of course, why would they do that? And now, we're gonna have a bunch of Naruto fans thinking, haha, Madara can literally create billions of universes. Even though nothing about that makes any fucking sense. Link versus Cloud is bullshit. Cloud's gonna get his ass kicked. Simple as that. It's gonna be no different than when I said Cloud would get his ass kicked in my review. I don't know how many times I need to explain why Cloud will never, ever, 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 ever beat Link. I think it can be found on Sir Splash's channel. Because I believe what happened was, originally the debate went down in Sir Splash's Discord, and someone in Sir Splash's Discord recorded it, and then I think it was uploaded to his channel. Just check out Sir Splash's channel. I think the debate was uploaded there. I think that's where I remember watching it. Because it was recorded from Sir Splash's own Discord, which he does have. Speaking of Sir Splash, I need to watch some of his videos. It's been a while since I've checked out some of his content. And I definitely want to refresh my memory with some of these versus debaters to make sure I have it all fresh in my mind. So I don't say anything potentially wrong when I rank them. Because odds are when I make that tier ranker video, I fully expect if I say something wrong, I might catch the ire of somebody like Splash or Seth. Especially because Seth is known for having a bit of an ego. If Link does lose, there is absolutely going to be a debunking, yes. What will likely happen is, instead of a review, I'll just end up debunking Death Battle, because I've already reviewed Link versus Cloud. Everything I'm going to say will likely just be the same with minor differences. Oh, did he now? I imagine that probably didn't go well for him, considering that everyone I've seen who's tried to challenge Sir Splash has been humiliated so far. Why do you think I mostly don't try to start shit with Sir Splash? Because he has a pretty good track record of crushing people. And he's also good friends with Seth, and Seth is also good friends with a lot of other Versus debaters like Chuck and Clyde. Ghost. I hope we're not thinking of the same Ghost, because if we're thinking of the same Ghost, then, yeah, the Ghost I'm thinking of doesn't have a clue in his head. He left a long-winded essay explaining why Star and Steven actually have a lot of connections, and all it boiled down to was typical mirror matchup shenanigans. How do you pronounce whose name? Well, continue to like the reboot of DMC because it triggers DMC fans, and there's nothing I love more than seeing DMC fans rage. It's so hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, one of the funniest things you could do as a Versus debater is trigger a DMC fan. It's so funny. What the heck is Friday Night Funkin'? Okay, we're not thinking of the same Ghost then. My opponent for Cloud, I mentioned earlier, I don't know right off the top of my head. Like I said, I put a lot of thought into my Versus matchups, which is why it takes me so long to come up with matchups, because I like to plan them out. So far, I haven't thought of anyone for Cloud yet, and I don't think I'll do Cloud anytime soon on Blood Royale, because Cloud has already been done to death. I want to cover some of the other Final Fantasy characters first. Maybe I'll cover Cloud sometime later down the line, but I'm not going to be doing Cloud anytime soon. I'm probably going to go through at least one Final Fantasy 4, 5, 3, 9, 8, and 6 character before I even touch Cloud. I might even do a Final Fantasy X character before I touch Cloud. Yes. 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 Truth be told, I don't know if I'll ever review Ruby because everyone's already done a bunch of reviews explaining why Ruby sucks. I don't know if there's too much that I could personally add. The most I could do is maybe add my sense of humor and blunt honesty to the equation, but I feel like most of what I would say in that review would be eerily similar to what others have said about it. There's already a lot of reviews ripping Ruby apart. And truth be told, if I reviewed Ruby, that would imply that I would have to watch Ruby, and I really don't want to do that. Because if I'm going to review something, that means I'm going to have to watch it. Most likely because Vivi exists. Now, I don't have a clue of who I would have Vivi fight, but that's a potential possibility if I can think of someone. I mean, Vivi is the most beloved Black Mage character in the entire franchise. Yes. 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 Come on. Yeah, because honestly, 7 is way too overrated and I'm tired of it. I've tried finding opponents for Cecil and Kane and Rydia because I want to do some Final Fantasy IV characters. I want to do Cecil, I want to do Kane, I want to do Rydia. But I haven't been able to find opponents for them yet, sadly. I tried Cecil versus Saber. That was a disaster. Kane versus Lancelot. That didn't work. And as for Rydia, I have no clue who'd have Rydia fight. And even the Death Battle fan base hasn't even thought of an opponent for Rydia. So I can't even check out to see any shitty ideas the Death Battle wiki has come up with. I'm sure I'll eventually think of someone. Rydia may or may not end up being the first lolly character to appear on Death Battle. I mean, not Death Battle, Blood Royale. Because Rydia is actually a very powerful lolly character. And I really want to be able to do her someday. Don't take that line out of context. Yes, I don't like Noctis from Final Fantasy 15. I don't like anything about Final Fantasy 15. I don't like that it's called Final Fantasy 15. Call it Emo Fuckboy or something like that. Call it anything but Final Fantasy. Why don't you call it Bullet Club or something like that? Bunch of bullcrap. Anyway, I think I'll cut it off here for now because I'm sure my brother's probably waiting, wondering why I haven't called him yet. I'll try to see if I can do something else tomorrow. We'll see. I'll try once the script is finished, I'll get started on Poe versus Iron Fist. Although some of my criticisms are going to be eerily similar, because Poe versus Iron Fist is still a one-sided curb stomp matchup, even by Death Battle's own accord. I've considered the possibility of doing Rin versus Glenn Quagmire as a troll matchup. I've even thought of a way that the fight could even play out, but I'll save that for another time.